On the road in San Francisco, this is Democracy Now!
The American people! The American people! Won't take this anymore! We're going to end this corruption! This is just the beginning! This is just the beginning! Join us! Join us! Join us!
Democracy Spring. More than 400 people were arrested at the U.S. Capitol in an act of mass civil disobedience protesting the influence of big money and corporate lobbying in politics. We'll go to D.C. to speak with protest organizer Kai Newkirk, who just came out of jail. And here in San Francisco, Li Fang, investigative reporter for The Intercept, tracking money in the 2016 race for the White House.
Whether it's our tax policy, Wall Street policy, climate change, a lot of these issues, it's been very difficult to have reform when the incumbent industries that gain from the status quo have a lot of politicians in their pocket and have a lot of control over the political process.
Then, are you interested in a cream that would erase blemishes and soften your skin? Well, so is the CIA. We'll speak with Li Fang about beauty secrets of the spies, how the CIA's venture capital arm is funding skincare products that collect DNA. And finally, death by gentrification. We turn to the police killing that shames San Francisco, the death of Alex Nieto.
Is essentially a green light to fire 59 bullets in a residential and public park setting and result in someone being dead. You know, so it's a sad day, like I said, for the city and county of San Francisco.
We'll also look at the recent death of a homeless man named Luis Gongora, shot by San Francisco police within 30 seconds of them jumping out of their car. We'll speak with author Rebecca Solnit and community organizer Adriana Camarena. All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. More than 400 people have been arrested in a massive sit-in on the steps of the U.S. Capitol to protest the influence of big money and corporate lobbying in politics. Monday's protest, organized under the name Democracy Spring, brought together activists from about 140 organizations who marched from Philadelphia to Washington, D.C. last week. Similar acts of civil disobedience are scheduled throughout the week in Washington. We'll have more on the protest after headlines. Presidential candidates continue to campaign in New York 1 week ahead of the primary. Speaking in Long Island, Democratic candidate Hillary Clinton attacked Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders on the issue of gun control.
Most of the guns that are used in crimes and violence and killings in New York come from out of state. And the state that has the highest per capita number of those guns that end up committing crimes in New York come from Vermont.
Federal data shows of the nearly 4,600 out-of-state guns recovered in New York in 2014, just 55 came from Vermont. Speaking in Binghamton, Bernie Sanders proposed a national ban on the oil and gas drilling process known as fracking.
What you have done is prove to the world that when people stand up and form a grassroots movement of environmentalists, public health advocates, farmers, working families, and religious leaders, there is nothing that we cannot accomplish.
Donald Trump campaigned in Rochester, New York, Monday after Texas Senator Ted Cruz won all of Colorado's 34 delegates over the weekend. Trump said the system is rigged.
We've got a corrupt system. It's not right. We're supposed to be a democracy. We're supposed to be, you vote and the vote means something, all right? You vote and the vote means something. Because what they're doing, and whether it's me or whether it's Bernie Sanders, when I look at it and I see all these victories that I have, all these victories that he's got, and then you look at the establishment, and I want to tell you, it's a corrupt deal going on in this country, and it's not good. It's not good.
The United Nations Refugee Agency has condemned the use of tear gas by Macedonian police against refugees stranded on the Greek side of the border. More than 10,000 people have been stranded at the Greek border outpost of Idomeni since February after a series of border shutdowns across the Balkans closed off their route to Central and Western Europe. On Sunday, dozens were wounded when police fired tear gas and rubber bullets. Among those treated for tear gas was Taha, an engineer from Syria.
We saved our children from death. If they had died in Syria under the airstrikes, it would have been better than living in this humiliation. We ran away from humiliation. We thought Europe would open its arms for us and treat us with dignity. Instead, it's been humiliation.
The refugees' plight comes as State Department spokesperson Mark Toner says the United States is concerned with escalating violence in Syria ahead of peace talks planned for Wednesday.
We are very, very concerned about the recent increase in violence, and that includes actions we believe are in contravention to the cessation of hostilities. And Secretary Kerry, in fact, expressed this concern to Foreign Minister Lavrov and also discussed how to make certain in the next days that every extra effort is made in order to sustain and solidify the cessation of hostilities.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has acknowledged Israel launched dozens of strikes in Syria, targeting what he said were suspected arms transfers to the group Hezbollah. Netanyahu provided a few details about the strikes.
We act when we need to act, including here across the border, with dozens of strikes meant to prevent Hezbollah from obtaining game-changing weaponry.
In Brazil, a congressional committee has voted to recommend the impeachment of President Dilma Rousseff as part of what her supporters call an attempted coup by her right-wing opponents. Rousseff has been accused of manipulating government accounts. Her fate will ultimately be left to a full session of the lower house of Congress, with a final vote expected on Sunday. Brazil faces a dire financial crisis and corruption scandal that spans political sides. Peru faces a presidential runoff between two right-wing candidates after a leftist candidate was apparently eliminated in the first round of voting. The June runoff pits former World Bank economist and Wall Street favorite Pedro Kuczynski against Keiko Fujimori, the daughter of former President Alberto Fujimori, who's in prison for crimes including ordering massacres by death squads. Activists from across the Americas have converged on Mexico City as part of a caravan calling for an end to the U.S.-backed war on drugs. The Caravan for Peace, Life and Justice departed Honduras last month and has traveled through El Salvador, Guatemala, and much of Mexico, with the goal of reaching New York City ahead of a UN Special Assembly on drugs next week. Among the activists is Erica Llanos, whose son went missing in Mexico.
It is children and women who are the main victims of this criminal war that has seen this become an armed conflict.
In Canada, a small First Nations community has declared a state of emergency after 11 people attempted suicide in a single day. The Attawapskat First Nation in Ontario saw 28 suicide attempts last month within a population of 2,000 people, and 11 attempts on Saturday alone. Canadian First Nations people suffer from higher levels of poverty, addiction, and incarceration. Local Parliament member Charlie Angus said Indigenous communities need aid.
If these were non-Aboriginal children, all the resources would be in their schools. When they're Aboriginal children, well, hey, you can take a number and stand in line. I mean, meanwhile, kids are dying every day.
Goldman Sachs has agreed to pay $5.1 billion to settle state and federal probes into its sale of toxic mortgage-backed securities that helped cause the 2008 financial crisis. New York Attorney General Eric Schneiderman announced the deal on Monday.
This settlement will help thousands of families with principal forgiveness get to obtain write-downs of their mortgage debt so they can avoid foreclosure and stay in their homes. It will help to finance multifamily affordable housing projects. It will fund land banks and local code enforcement efforts, and is really another major step in the fight for justice for the families and communities that were devastated when a combination of reckless deregulation and abusive practices by a relatively small number of financial firms brought the American economy to its knees in 2008.
But the deal includes a generous package of tax credits and other incentives that could see Goldman pay far less than the total announced. Any money Goldman spends on consumer relief under the deal is tax deductible, meaning U.S. taxpayers will foot the bill. The advocacy group Better Markets called the settlement, quote, more of the same non-punishment, non-accountability ritual that will do nothing to stop the Wall Street crime spree. Musician Bryan Adams has canceled a Thursday concert in Biloxi, Mississippi, to protest the state's new law allowing some groups and businesses to deny service to LGBT people. Adams said in a statement, quote, cannot in good conscience perform in a state where certain people are being denied their civil rights due to their sexual orientation. His move comes after Bruce Springsteen canceled a show in North Carolina to protest another new anti-LGBT law in that state. In Chicago, aldermen have approved nearly $6.5 million to settle lawsuits involving Chicago police and the deaths of 2 African-American men. The largest settlement goes to the family of Philip Coleman, who died after being repeatedly tased and dragged from his cell. Coleman had reportedly suffered a mental health crisis when his parents pleaded with officers to take him to a hospital instead of jail. A sergeant allegedly told them, we don't do hospitals, we do jail. The second settlement goes to the family of Justin Cook, who was stopped for a traffic violation, suffered an asthma attack, and died after Chicago police refused to give him his inhaler. Witnesses said officers taunted Cook and sprayed the inhaler into the air. During a debate Monday, Chicago Alderman Anthony Beale said officers involved in the 2 cases should no longer be on the force.
They need to be fired. Here we are paying out millions of dollars in settlements and nobody's being terminated.
Chicago has spent more than $500 million settling police cases since 2004, despite punishing few officers. And in South Carolina, a white police officer has been sentenced to 3 years probation, avoiding any prison time after killing an African-American motorist in his own driveway. Officer Justin Craven shot Ernest Satterwhite after a 13-minute car chase. Dashboard camera video, which authorities refused to release until Monday after Craven pleaded guilty to misdemeanor misconduct, shows Craven sticking his gun through Satterwhite's open driver's side window. Satterwhite's arm appears briefly before Craven fires several shots. Craven claims Satterwhite tried to grab his gun. Prosecutors initially sought to charge Craven with voluntary manslaughter, which carries up to 30 years in prison, but a grand jury refused to indict him. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Yes, this is Democracy Now! We're on the road as part of the 100-city tour, now in San Francisco, headed to Stanford University this afternoon and to Santa Clara tonight. But in Washington, D.C., more than 400 people were arrested Monday in a massive sit-in on the steps of the U.S. Capitol to protest the influence of big money and corporate lobbying in politics. The protest, organized under the name Democracy Spring, brought together activists from about 140 organizations who marched from Philadelphia to Washington last week. Similar acts of civil disobedience are scheduled throughout the week in Washington. This is Democracy Spring campaign organizer Kai Newkirk speaking during yesterday's action.
The American people won't take this anymore. We're going to end this corruption. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. Join us. Join us. Join us. Join us. Join us.
The Democracy Spring action comes in a presidential election cycle in which campaign finance reform, super PACs, and dark money have made headlines. The Washington Post reports through the end of January, 680 corporations had given nearly $68 million to super PACs in this election cycle, 12% of the $549 million raised by such groups. This figure does not include the untold amounts of dark money contributions to other groups that are not disclosed by the donor or the recipient. For more, we're joined by two guests. Kai Newkirk is campaign director of Democracy Spring, co-founder and organizer with 99 Rise. He was arrested yesterday in the action at the Capitol. And Lee Fang is with us here in San Francisco, investigative journalist at The Intercept, covering the intersection of money and politics. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Let's go directly to D.C. Kai Newkirk, you just recently got out of jail. Talk about this mass civil disobedience that took place yesterday, leading to the arrest of more than 400 people.
Thank you, Amy. It's great to be with you, and it's an honor to be on the show. We think that yesterday can be the beginning of the end of this corruption and inequality in our democracy. It was so inspiring to see people come together at the People's House and say, we are going to take it back. People from across the political spectrum, many of whom had walked all the way from Philadelphia, from the Liberty Bell to Washington, D.C., over almost 150 people who did that. And we believe over 500 people who sat in and sent a message to Congress that we will not accept inaction to save our democracy, and send a message to anyone who's running for office in our country that you have to make a decision. Are you going to stand on the side of democracy and on the side of the people, or on the side of big money and corruption? And if you choose to defend the status quo of corruption, we believe there's going to be growing nonviolent resistance in the streets, at the Capitol, at your fundraisers, and in the polls to say, we will not take it anymore. We demand an equal voice in our democracy. And yes, it's right. It's just the beginning. And we call on people to join us here. We're going to be back at the Capitol today and tomorrow and the next day.
Kai Newkirk, can you talk about how you and who were the others who organized Democracy Spring?
Sure. We had this vision well over a year ago. We had led a march in California from Los Angeles to Sacramento. 99 Rise, the organization that I co-founded. It was very powerful. It was an inspiration to many people. And we thought, what if we could take that national? What if we could give people across the country an opportunity to participate, and have been able to bring together an incredible coalition, as you said, over 140 organizations from across the spectrum of the progressive movement and even beyond, and leaders from different parts of the movement. Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks sat in yesterday. Francis Morlape, leader around food justice for many years. Umi Selah from the Dream Defenders. Jody Evans from Code Pink. John Pudner from a conservative organization, Take Back Our Republic, marched with us and joined with us. And when we were at the Capitol today, you could feel the energy that this can be a moment that can really turn the tide around this. And it's because of the hard work of so many people who've built this coalition and brought people together and given them an opportunity to express what the vast majority of people in our country feel, which is that the political system is not representing us, that it is corrupt, and that because of that we have a rigged economy. We want a government of, by, and for the people, not the 1%. And we stood up and sent a message that we're going to win that one way or another yesterday.
Kai Newkirk, you also snuck a camera into the Supreme Court. Can you talk about what you did back in 2014 and why you were there?
Yes, that was on the eve of the expected decision in the McCutcheon versus FEC ruling, which was ultimately another wrecking ball to the wall of separation between wealth and state in our society, Citizens United 2.0. And we felt like we needed to call attention to this crisis and the Supreme Court's role in deepening it, and do so in a way that would inspire people to stand up. So myself and one other person, Ryan Clayton, from Wolfpack, who also sat in with us yesterday, we went into the court, and I stood up and gave a short speech, was arrested, but we got it on video, the first video ever from inside the Supreme Court. We've done two similar actions, 99 Rise, since then, with 7 people and 5 people. And I'm very proud because the goal, in many ways, of that was to inspire other people to step up and to be willing to do something similar. And yesterday was a tremendous fulfillment of that, to see hundreds of people, over 500. It took them hours to get people processed and out. They had to get another bus because they were not prepared. There were so many people. And more are going to be joining today and tomorrow. And we call on people, wherever you are in this country, if you agree with us, get in your car, get on the bus, get a ticket, do whatever it takes to get to D.C. and be part of this moment.
Kai Newkirk, what are the bills before Congress right now that addresses campaign finance?
There are many steps that Congress could take. We're calling on them to take immediate action to end the corruption of big money in politics and ensure free and fair elections that give us all an equal voice. And there are 4 bills in particular that we've identified, 2 that deal with big money in politics and 2 that will protect and expand the right to vote and voter access. One would set up public finance, citizen funding of elections so that anyone can run for office without raising money from billionaires. Another is an amendment that would overturn Citizens United. The third would restore the damage that was done to the Voting Rights Act by the Supreme Court, the Voting Rights Advancement Act. And the fourth, the Voter Empowerment Act, would do many positive things to make it easier for people to get to the polls and to be able to vote. And in the wake of Justice Scalia's death, there's a 5th step that we're calling on Congress to take, which is to confirm a nominee to the Supreme Court who will vote to uphold the principle of political equality, to end this corruption of big money in politics and ensure that all have the right to vote. And what we're saying is that even though the conventional wisdom is that Congress won't do anything with Republican leadership, we don't accept that. You know, we feel that conscience demands that we ask what is right, what is just, what is consistent with our principles as a country. And the vast majority of the American people, Republican, Democrat, Independent, want change on this. And we're saying to Congress, you can't just hide, you can't just be resigned, you can't just pretend that we don't know that you could solve this problem right now. We're going to demand that you do so. And if you don't, you're going to have to send hundreds of people to jail day after day and expose this problem and shine a spotlight on it and force yourselves to take a stand and make a decision. And those who don't stand with the people and stand on the side of corruption, we believe that there will be a growing political price to pay.
Kai, have any presidential candidates endorsed Democracy Spring?
I don't know if we could call it an endorsement, but there were 2 tweets that went out from the Bernie Sanders account yesterday, lifting up what we did. We want to be clear, this is a nonpartisan, independent campaign. There are many Bernie supporters that are part of it, but I've talked to many Hillary supporters and even some Trump supporters, and it's welcome to everyone. And what we're saying is that we're not going to endorse candidates, but we are calling on them to endorse the movement. Whatever office you're running for, from president on down to city council, you need to let the American people know, those who you would want to represent, if you will work and fight to solve this problem, if you will work to make sure that we have a government that represents us all, not just the 1%. We were pleased to see those tweets from the Bernie Sanders campaign. We hope that Hillary Clinton, Trump, and anyone who's running for office in our country will stand with us in this cause to save our democracy.
Kai, can you talk about how Democracy Spring fits into Democracy Awakening and what that is?
Yes, I like to think of it as 2 wings of the same bird. One, democracy mobilization that's coming to D.C. this spring. All told, I think over 300 organizations are part of it. We kicked things off with this march from Philadelphia to D.C. and are sitting in at the Capitol this week and building, going at least through the week. We will carry forward until either Congress does something or they send so many of us to jail that it will be, we believe, the largest civil disobedience in our country in this 21st century. And this weekend, we'll be joined by many more with the Democracy Awakening. On the 17th, there will be a huge family-friendly rally. We call on everyone to come out into the streets, to march, to walk, to join with us then. And then on Monday, Congress of Conscience, lobbying, direct action, going back to the Capitol. We'll be there. We'll be organizing. It may go beyond that. And we're calling on people across the country, wherever you are, to be part of this moment. If enough of us come together, Amy in D.C., we can make this the turning of the tide. We can shine a spotlight on this issue like never before in our country and lift it up in the middle of this presidential election in a way that Occupy Wall Street did for economic inequality. We can do that for this critical issue of political inequality. Solving it is the key to making progress on so many other urgent issues in our country, from catastrophic climate change to mass incarceration. We lit a spark yesterday, and we need to fan the flames and build this into something that changes the political weather in this country.
Kai Newkirk, I want to thank you for being with us, campaign director of Democracy Spring, co-founder of 99 Rise. When we come back, Intercept investigative reporter Lee Fang on money in politics. Oh, also on skin care. Why would the CIA be interested in a cream that takes away your blemishes and softens your skin? Stay with us.
On the road.
Welcome back. We've just been talking about the Democracy Spring demonstrations in Washington, a massive number of arrests, over 200 people arrested. They said there was going to be a lot of drama that couldn't be ignored, but it is being ignored by the mainstream media. Who's organizing this, Leanne?
Right. Well, now there are several groups that are behind this spontaneous revolution, this just civil disobedience that came out of nowhere. And it's been reported, this is coming out of Breitbart. So MoveOn.org, of course, has their tentacles in. They played a prominent role in organizing a lot of the anti-Trump activism. They helped shut down that rally there in Chicago. Another group is the Democratic Socialists of America, and their Chicago branch there, the DSA, actually helped to drive protesters to another Chicago Trump event. And the AFL-CIO, which is the nation's largest labor federation, also announced that they're all in behind Democracy Spring. And of course, one of their main objectives is to get big money out of politics. Meanwhile, they're funded by billionaires like George Soros, who are helping to activate their politicism.
And of course, this is vice chairman of the Open Society Foundation, Soros's Open Society Foundation, that is running Smartmatic.
Right.
This electronic voting machine company that began in Hugo Chavez's Venezuela to help him rig his elections. So we don't want to see that sort of thing. It's interesting that they don't have any issues about Bernie's Wyoming situation. They're not out there protesting that. They're actually trying to get arrested in Washington, I guess. But
right. Well, and that's why it's so important for young people that are involved in these things to understand how you're being used. You are being used as a useful idiot. They're having you go out to protest this. They say they want to claim the democracy that we were promised. They're holding this mass sit-in over the next 8 days so that they can get big money out of politics and ensure free and fair elections. Meanwhile, they're all championing the fact that the delegates are openly choosing who our presidents are going to be. They're saying your votes don't matter. They're completely canceling the voting there in Colorado.
It's totally naive to think that you're going to get big money out of politics when you've got big power in government. The socialists want the government to make all the decisions in our lives. They want a big, powerful pig government that is centralized, and they don't realize that that's going to lead to corruption. What they've done is they've created this massive black hole that sucks in money and power and corruption. That's what's behind these so-called partnerships. And that's why the Democrats and Republicans are partnering with each other. The same way that we see these multinational corporations partnering to take down our sovereignty, to control our economy from abroad. It's the corruption, stupid. You're not going to, you can rail against crony capitalism, and yeah, it's a problem, but you can't have crony capitalism unless you first got crony socialism, because these people are going to put their own people in, and when you allow the government to have that much say in your life, when you allow them to have that much say in the economy, then you guarantee that you're going to have a corrupt organization like we currently have in Washington. The problem is the concentration of power, and that's what the founders tried to set up in the Constitution. That's original design, which has now been thwarted, was to divide the power between the central government and the states and the people, and then to further subdivide the central government. So that was what they were really concerned about. And that's what we have seen has become the cancer, the black hole that is sucking everything up.
Right. And just like with Ferguson, how the entire country, if not the world, was rallying around, eyes were wide open to police, the militarization of the police. A lot of people wanted to, but then it was like divide and conquer. And that's exactly what's happening now with Democracy Spring, because they so do not want to see Trump as president. They don't care that the election is totally rigged. Meanwhile, they're ignoring the fact that it's also being rigged on the Democratic side there. Bernie Sanders is obviously bringing out the people, but the media keeps saying he has no chance. Hillary's smoking him on the delegates. There's no way. And to just kind of placate you so that when the election is given to Hillary Clinton, then you're just like, oh, well, that's how we are every single election cycle. Oh, well. And it's time for the oh, well to stop. But it's not going to if we can't work together.
Not when you have the socialists who are running this. It's the socialists who try to divide and conquer everybody by racial groups, by economic class.
Right.
We saw that happen with the Bundy Ranch, as I mentioned earlier. There you had a situation that was very much like Ferguson. Nobody at that point had been killed yet. But you had the government abusing the neighbors there, and you had government neighbor standing with neighbor against the government, and yet they spun that as a bunch of welfare ranchers and a bunch of white people who don't have any right to be upset because they're privileged. They just shut all that down. And instead, what you need to have is you need to have the people unifying, because they're doing the same thing to the people out in the rural areas that they're doing to the people in the inner cities. They're doing the same things to the blacks that they're doing to the whites. We all need to come together on this. Instead, it's the socialists who will always subdivide everybody. It's the socialists who will concentrate power and then complain about the corruption.
Right. Well, I mean, even if you want to just see how your movement is being orchestrated and controlled, where was Black Lives Matter when the whole Flint crisis was exposed?
Yeah.
With the poisoning of the water there in a majority black community and total government corruption, I didn't see Black Lives Matter there. No, they were too busy rallying just at some particular thing that could spark some fury. I mean, it's so controlled. It's
Absolutely. Let's talk about another method of exposure, something else that got exposed this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Webcam fraud, okay?
Yeah.
And of course, a lot of people have been getting exposed by their webcams, as Alex Jones pointed out this weekend when he stripped off his shirt to show people, hey, this is what the FBI wants to see. He's been telling people about this for decades. It's been dismissed as you're a paranoid conspiracy theorist, but now that NPR reports that the FBI director does the same thing on his camera. And I thought it was interesting, Leanne, because what he said was, he said, well, I saw people that were smarter than me were doing this, and I saw it on the news. I thought, well, that's interesting because it's being reported by NPR, and I'm sure he didn't see NPR talking about how the government was spying on you with your webcam.
Right.
So he may be a listener of ours. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's watching us one way or the other.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, we've been saying put some tape over your webcam forever. And I think it's really funny, you know, this is the FBI director admitting, oh, well, I put tape over my webcam and you should too. But he's also saying that, you know, it's the public needs to demand how the government is gathering information on them. They need to be aware. It needs to be open and honest. And meanwhile, he's also telling Apple that we can't have any encryption. And no, by the way, we're not going to tell you how we broke into the terrorist phone there with San Bernardino. But
because
now,
it's a matter of patriotism.
Yes,
and of course, one of the people who works for the ACLU tweeted out, he said, Mr. Comey, patriots don't cover their webcams.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a perfect comeback to this. Because, you know, what are you doing wrong that you need that kind of privacy? I mean, you know, what are you afraid of? I mean, we're only looking, as Eric Schmidt of Google said, you know, if you're doing nothing wrong, you got nothing to be afraid of. You ought to let anybody watch you like a creepy voyeur or like a big brother government.
Right.
Shouldn't have a problem
Well,
with it.
I don't do anything creepy in front of my camera, but for me, I just think, I don't know if you've ever opened up your phone accidentally with the flip camera in reverse, and it's just like, whoa, hideous. So I don't want someone spying on me through my...
Well, what's creepy about it is the voyeurism, and what's creepy about it and what's wrong about it is not you, but a government that does this without a warrant, without a reason to do it, without suspecting you as a criminal, treating everyone as if they were criminals and acting as if they had a warrant when they don't, in violation of the Constitution they swore to. That's what's really creepy about this.
And now, obviously, we've been reporting about this for a very long time. Alex has been called crazy for this, but this is out of 2013, reported by the Daily Mail. The FBI can spy on you through your webcam without triggering the indicator light and has had the technology for several years. But James Comey says he just found out about it from the news.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the case.
Yeah.
And of course, it's interesting, too, to see that in defending Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama came out and said, talking about her emails, he said, well, there's classified and then there's classified. It's kind of like, depends on what the meaning of is, right? I did not have text with that woman, okay? He says, well, what I know, because I handle a lot of classified information, okay, he's president after all, right, is that it's classified, and then there's classified. There's stuff that's really top secret, and then there's stuff that's being presented to the president or the secretary of state. You might not want on the transom or going out over the wire, but it's basically stuff that you could get in open source. Well, not unless your open source is Guccifer, okay? Right. The private conversations between the secretary of state and other heads of state are born classified. They don't have to be marked classified, and that's the prevarication that she's been doing, and of course, saying this weekend that this is just a security review. You don't grant immunity to people for a security review, okay? Right. That's what the FBI is doing, and Judge Napolitano has pointed out that
you're under arrest, get up and walk.
Okay, all right.
They're going to put plastic cuffs on you probably, the zip tie ones, they're really uncomfortable. No way around it.
Okay, yeah.
of these is. It is the duty of the people to what? To abolish it. Why? Because the Constitution told us to.
What we need in this country is our birthright as Americans, free and fair elections.
The conventional wisdom is that with Republican leadership, nothing is going to happen. But I submit to you today that we are not called here by allegiance to the conventional wisdom. The demands of conscience are to ask what is right. The demands of the people are to say what is just. The demands are to say what is true to the principles that they claim to represent. And so we say that from this day forth, inaction on this crisis is inexcusable. You must not change. Corporations are people. Democracy, free, and people's voice will be heard. Democracy, free, and people's voice will be heard.
Tomorrow morning, we rally again, and we sit in again. We're going to sit in again, and again, and again, and again, until we win a democracy that works for all of us, or they send thousands of patriotic Americans to jail simply for demanding their rights.
Oh my God, we've got a controversy in this race. Bernie Sanders said something that was deemed unacceptable by the establishment media. He called Hillary Clinton unqualified. Will we ever recover? What a breach of etiquette. Now, I'm going to show you what he said, and I'm going to give you the full context. But before we do that, I want to show you what she said before Bernie said anything. Okay? Now, you remember this line when she was confronted with a Greenpeace activist. Now, when she says, I am so sick of the Sanders campaign lying about me, were there huge headlines? Oh my God, breach of etiquette! Breach of etiquette. How could she say that they're liars? No, you know what? Most of the headlines were like, ooh, Hillary gets tough. All right, now, what Sanders was referring to was something that Hillary Clinton talked about before Sanders gave his speech.
Okay, everybody, we're back, and here's Eric and Scott, and we know what went wrong, but I'm going to let you guys take it off with the news because we're supposed to be talking about news. Damn it! What's in the news?
One of the Clinton surrogates is saying Bernie's trying to rig the game with superdelegates, and there is a video associated with it, but it's like a short little 30-second blurb. We don't really need to play it. He goes on to say, and I think the guy's name is Brian Fallon, who's one of the communications directors with Clinton. He goes on to say, really, I think when you talk about rigging the system, that's what Senator Sanders is trying to do right now. Hillary Clinton has won in the popular vote by a wide margin. She got more than 2 million voters over Senator Sanders in all of the contests when you add them all up. Reiterating that Clinton has won more state delegates, pledged delegates, etc., a point that the candidate has stressed herself in recent days. And I think that's the only point that they can stress because Bernie is making a catch-up.
I agree, and I think as I've said in the past, I think if the calendar was reversed, Bernie would be ahead and Hillary would be trying to catch up.
Yeah, especially when you take into account the whole idea of momentum. So Bernie's won, 8 of the last 9 Democratic contests. And if you think about it, if the southern states had voted later and they got more time and more information to, turn people over as Bernie voters, then that would have affected those results in those southern states. So I definitely think the calendar did work out majorly in Clinton's favor, especially, considering if it had all been flipped around, this would have been, a huge Bernie victory, like a month ago. he would be like a mile ahead.
Hadn't been a mile, but also there's still a lot of votes left out there. So before the convention, he might not have a million-vote lead or however many million-vote lead.
Yeah, especially with a big state like New York coming up, he could eviscerate that lead. Maybe not entirely, but he'll definitely take a huge chunk into that lead, hopefully.
A bit. I don't expect a huge jump in New York, but if it creates the momentum, there could be a huge jump in California.
Yeah, that's true. Not to mention states like Pennsylvania and Maryland as well. So he's got some potential to make some ground up really quickly because we do have a lot of large states coming up. In fact, I believe it's something like 940 delegates are going to be decided within 7 days, starting on April 19th. Something like that. Yeah, so he'll have plenty of opportunity to make up a lot of ground, especially with all the gaffes that Clinton has been making recently. So he's got some things going for him. Moving on from that, I actually need to get going, so I'll let Scott and John take over the news.
Oh, thanks. Nice.
All the articles are there for you guys, and hey, you can always show more Democracy Spring. So, but I will be back in a little while.
All right. Thank you. All right, Scott, I'm putting you up there with Democracy Spring. Eric will come back. I know he's got to go to a class. So what else is going on? What do you want to talk about here?
Well, there was yesterday the Democracy Spring. The arrest total was over 400. And
oh, hang on. We've got this interview with Eric.
I got fed up with capitalism and being a wage slave, and then I read the news like an obsessed person and found some solutions. We can bring everyone together, and can't really fix anything until we fix the corruption. So this is step one, no matter what your cause is. If you're the environmentalist, if you are like Michigan, if you're all kinds of the Wall Street bankers, all of them, start right here.
You are a hero, my friend, so thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you.
We appreciate it, man.
We'll see you on the other side of the revolution.
Yes. Cool guy, man. Damn.
All right, Scott, go on. I just wanted to get that interview. That's for everybody who doesn't know. That's my here. Just put me on camera. You sit there. I get reacclimated. Okay, that's my brother-in-law, Eric Parsons, and he joined this about a week ago, hopped in his car, said, I'm going to go down
Is
there
it
and be
his
a
car?
part of this. Huh?
No, just kidding. I asked, is it his car? Let's see. I keep hearing stuff about the car.
Well, no, it's his car. It's his car. It's just that his parents were afraid of its safety. It's not in the best of shape.
Oh, okay.
So before he went, he was ordered to get some things done to it and get some kits and other things for it. And so, and when he got there, it had some problems, and so it was basically.
I just heard bits and pieces of the story, and I thought he jumped in his parents' nice car and drove it to.
No. No. So yeah, that's what's going on. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. So what's going on in the news, Scott? Now that we know that, I just wanted to get that was from the live you sold everybody, and that's what's so great about that is, you know, when something's happening, when there's an interview going on, I can just turn up the volume and we can check right in with it. You know.
Who were marching and toughed it out. The last finisher was the strongest.
It seems a little bit windy out there, but it's just nice to be able to cut to that. All right, so what's going on in the world? Tell me.
Well, yesterday the corporate media pretty much ignored Democracy Spring, despite the fact that there were more arrests than there's ever been at the Capitol. There's been bigger civil disobedience in Washington, D.C., like at the White House or the Pentagon or other places, but there is the largest arrest on the Capitol grounds. And
right.
Even people said it made CNN, but it made CNN's website with no video.
Were they even there? Did they even have camera on site? We know that RT News was there. I think NBC had some footage, right?
Yeah, just a little short snippet, though. I didn't see any signs that it was there. They could have picked that up from somebody.
Right. So really, it ignored. And from what I understand, the accuracy of what they were saying, they were definitely downplaying the numbers, right?
Right. NPR said that there were 600 people and 400 arrested. I thought there were a lot more than 200 people looking on.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they're definitely downplaying it. They're not telling the truth. On the other hand, we had some major action in social media. I think we really brought it to attention. I know it got over 130,000, and it was trending number 2 on Twitter for a while. The Democracy Spring hashtag.
I think, Chuck Unger, I think he pretty much described why the mainstream media is covering it, because they are the establishment, and they want money to stay in politics because they capitalize with the political advertising.
Of course.
So that's why the corporate media would ignore this event. And that's my article. I think you pulled up from reader-supported news.
Yeah. Do you want to run this clip? Is that what we want to run here?
Yeah, that's your clip.
Is it the full 9 minutes, or is it a smaller piece?
I think it's 6 minutes.
Let's run it. The hell. Oh, this is the 9.
So maybe he has walked the walk, and like he just said, he wanted to walk up the stairs to the White House, knock on the door to see if anybody was home, but he unfortunately got detained before that. Good for him, guys. Good for him. Yep, 3 Parsons. That's right. For a video. Congressional interns just gave us praise.
They're crowding around a bunch of elders.
The crowd?
They're scared of them.
So they're bringing more police. And they're crowding around them even more. We have our first arrest. Where is it at? Where is it at?
It's time for civil disobedience. You know who's gonna win? We're gonna win. Because we are the people. They think they have all the power. But we have all the people. We're tired of the corruption. Here's what we want. Free and fair elections. Here's what we want. Our democracy back. Our government back. Our country back. Our Constitution back. Our Congress back. Whose house? Whose house? That's right. It's time that we let them know. Yeah. Thank you all for fighting back. Yeah.
I'm gonna leave it there.
It's
Scott.
only okay.
Oh, what has he got more? Or is this the?
That's good too. Let me know when. Good. Cool.
What do you think of the
amendments here? What do you think we're doing?
I think this is amazing. Two moments that really struck me is when we saw the kids really asked me if I was nervous. I didn't get nervous until I saw them come out and all line up ready to meet us, if you will. And then the most important moment, though, is when we turned around with the sign and I saw a legion of people there. And it was just so heartening.
Yeah, that's the end anyway. It wasn't 9 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where it cuts out on us. All right.
Yeah.
Well, that was good to run. And I don't know if you could hear, actually, everybody, but while that was going on, I had the audio still on from the Ustream, and it was crossfading, and I think they just had their first arrest over there, and I was going to cut back and look at that. I think that's what he was saying earlier. So let's see here. But what else is going on in the news, Scott?
Okay.
Press access.
I didn't have all the stories. Let's.
Eric got all the stories. So the problem we had this morning, everybody, was that we weren't prepared because we were trying to do all these tests. So that's okay. We've got other stuff to talk about. Give me a second here. We changed the format of our show, and Eric and Scott do the bulk of the news. But this morning we had to get this going. We had to get this going, right?
Yeah, Jesse, they were definitely more prepped today for sure. I don't. Yeah. They brought in reinforcements. They're prepped for sure.
Yes, it's true. God bless you. God bless you. I'm not accepting of blessing. When somebody says God bless
Scott, maybe you can talk about what's going on there and what's happening with the arrest and kind of update people as to the whole plan here and how that works. There's also been some rumor about them cutting the fee down from $100 to $50, and I wanted to know what the validity of that was.
Cutting the fee?
Yeah, because it's $100 to get arrested, and now and my understanding is they've cut it down because there were so many people.
Oh, I don't know about if there's any set fee or set bond. The $100, I think, it just was what they were asking people to have on them when they got arrested. There could have been a charge that was a fine of only $50 or whatever. I don't.
Well, yeah, I mean,
they need to be prepared to pay $100, but
oh, okay,
didn't mean that was definitely going to be the charge.
They can set that rate differently.
It's probably depending on what they're charged with. There could be a different fine for whatever the charge is. I don't know what they were charged with, what law they were.
Being citizens of the United States.
Yeah.
All right. All right. We'll cover a few other stories. This is I'm going to answer some questions here, everybody. Sorry, I'm very disjointed right now because I'm looking at 1,000 different things. Very excited about what's going on with Democracy Spring, but you've got some questions. Let's hit them really fast. Scrolling up here, lots of great conversation too. You're welcome for the term shit ton, although I didn't come up with it. It said, I don't know where that came from. Shit ton and fuck ton are two of my favorite words. It's a lot, right? Fuck ton's bigger than a shit ton, of course. DL Freighter Watcher, yes, I am late today. We were late today doing a bunch of stuff. No, I do not think I am Cenk Uygur. I'm nowhere near that guy. He's a superhero. We're supportive. I'd love to meet him someday. Dennis Schmidt, get new ad from Bernie running in New York about Wall Street. Yeah, I saw that. I think I actually have that ad loaded, or I had it somewhere. I know we had it somewhere sitting. They're talking to some guy. Let's see what this guy has to say.
With Mogan, running out Ferguson, back in California.
Right.
Getting involved with Wolfpack.
I'm a Wolfpack member, my friend.
Nice.
Yeah.
Which city are you in?
So I'm in Firestone, so the Boulder area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Love Boulder.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I got to play out there when I was in a band. We did the Air Glen Springs. Yeah.
Awesome.
Really beautiful.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
Did the Flatirons. Had a beautiful hike up there.
Yeah, I love it.
Sweet part.
It is. It is, man.
What's
Cool.
your name?
Mickey.
Yeah.
Preston, nice to meet you, man.
You too.
Good for you. Keep fighting, man. Thank you. Thank you. All right, there you go. So we got a little bit into detail on what he was doing here and what was going on, why he jumped on stage. A few people showed a little bit concerned. Of concern. The lady holding the microphone asked, "Should you be here?" But Kai in the background apparently was saying, "No, it's okay. It's okay."
And what they're talking about was what they were doing earlier. And I just told Jesse, and what we're going to do, guys, is try to work out a little coordination with Mickey right now to see if I can get a little advance warning of when he's going to go interview somebody. And we'll just cut to that interview while we're talking about the news. It's kind of how I wanted to work this with Democracy Spring anyway, is just put the camera and the solo in their hand and say, record history, record what you want. Here.
If you're okay with it, why are you guys here?
I'm actually here for a school trip.
Sweet.
From Alaska.
From Alaska.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, so the other side of the U.S.
Yeah, totally the other
Wow. Okay, very nice. Any particular reason why you're here?
I'm not
Just a school trip?
Okay.
Sweet. Beautiful. Thank you for being here, guys, and welcome. Welcome, guys. She gets to vote? Yes! Next year? No, this year. Very nice, very nice. Beautiful, thank you. Good for you.
The guy acting like a billionaire reminds me.
back in, what year was it? Well, the Bush-Gore election, there was a group both in New York and in Los Angeles, billionaires for Bush and Gore, and they just went around doing skits with top hats and everything. So he was kind of doing the same shtick. Just
really. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of obvious to me what he was doing, that it was a satire, but apparently some people were a little concerned there. And he was, because he was really good. He, you know. But
yeah, Mark from RSN, they hated the billionaires thing because they went after Gore too. They didn't just go after.
I see. Oh, you've got some questions here. April Shattuck wants to know, anybody spotted any corporate media reporting on the ground? I don't know if you saw anybody's brands. I saw RT News. Scott, anybody else?
I saw the local ABC.
Okay, and I know that Vice News has done a story. I don't know if they're still doing live coverage, but I did see that Vice News was on scene yesterday at least, and they ran a decent story on it. And yes, everybody, Vice News is HBO now, or HBO bought them out. So I don't know whether that's a good or bad thing. Crystal Pyron, why were they arrested? What are the legal reasons? Well, we can only guess. I don't know, Scott. What is the standard legal reason you're arrested there? Is there one?
Well, most likely you have to have a permit to have a demonstration.
So it's protesting without a permit?
Near the building. So just gathering without a permit, or
gathering without a permit in a place where you're not allowed to is essentially what they're talking about. Where are they? Do you see the shot that we're showing right here? Where is this at? Do you know?
I just saw the monument. So we're at Bridges.
Looks like there's some construction going on. Is that?
Well, there's construction at the Capitol. Yeah.
Oh.
The Capitol itself is under construction. That's where the arrests are happening.
Oh, okay. So there's people getting arrested. That's the arrest scene right there, obviously. Yeah. So they're processing them rather quickly. Maybe they do it faster today. It doesn't look as many. There's as many people going off today.
No, it didn't look like it was as quick.
I don't see the buses, or I didn't see a bus being hauled in, or maybe that's not yet.
Yeah. Looked like less people, and the theme was elders today.
Yeah, and how would that work for a strategy? I mean, what is that? I was thinking that in terms of people getting arrested, that you'd really want a lot of pictures, a lot of close-up of that, because that's going to look bad. A bunch of, grandma and grandpa getting hauled off, right?
Right. That's the...
right. And they have been trained. They've learned how to do this without, one, getting injured, and two, getting upset about it. But to three, make it look like it's bad, right? Like the guy locking to his chair, right? That kind of thing, right?
Well, that depends. That's, I think, more of a militant tactic.
Oh, okay. So it depends on how they're working it. Whoever's the trainer, right?
Yeah, and whatever the affinity group is comfortable with doing. And a lot of times, if the civil disobedience is like this one, where they're knowing the arrest's coming, they're expecting the arrest, and blah blah blah. They're not trying to shut something down per se. Then you're not going to use the same kind of tactic. If your goal is to shut it down, then you're going to do things like lock yourself to the doors, and a lot of tubes over the arms with locking the tubes together so that it's really hard for the police they have to one by one.
That one of the elders read today while he was getting arrested. Good day, my friends. My name is Rick Hubbard, and I come to you, our Congress, from the Green Mountain state of Vermont, on behalf of millions of like-minded American citizens to exercise our First Amendment right to peacefully assemble and to petition our government to redress our grievances. You are not properly representing our interests. You have become systematically corrupted due to the way we structure and finance our political process. We no longer have a fair process to allow citizens to select you, our representatives. Together with others in our three branches of government, we regularly distort outcomes of law, regulation, and policy to serve your interests as politicians, your party, and to a tiny percentage of the wealthiest among us who fund your elections. Simply put, this is improper representation, the very issue we founded our country to remedy. As we, the people, stated in our Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. End quote. We would never seek to abolish our beloved United States, but alter it, yes. It is our constant intention that it should be a government of, by, and for the people, broadly in service to our needs, not just to benefit you, your political party, and your wealthy campaign benefactors. We have come and asked you to redress this grievance many times before. In the 1970s, and you did nothing. In the 1980s, and you did nothing. In the 1990s, you did nothing. In 2000, Doris Haddock came. This 90-year-old New Hampshire activist, also known as Granny D, walked across our entire country, gathering tens of thousands of signatures from all manner of American citizens, which she then delivered to you, asking that our democracy be restored. A few months later, she returned with others, and spoke many of the same words I now repeat, and you arrested her for doing so, and you did nothing of consequence. Now, 16 years later, your improper representation has become even worse. Public polls show this grievance ranked near the top, or near the very top of in importance for citizens, yet you seldom speak of it. And when you periodically survey your constituents, you seldom even include it among the concerns you ask us to give our opinions about. In response to your continued inaction and disregard, thousands of us gathered April 2nd in Philadelphia, where the founders of our country met. Many of us then walked some 140 miles to our capital once again to ask you to redress our grievances. But this time, we come in greater numbers, prepared to non-violently engage in respectful civil disobedience, willing to be arrested in large numbers because our grievances are fundamental to why we founded this country, and because you have still done nothing effective to restore a fair political system to us and to properly represent our interests. And we will be followed and supported by even more thousands of citizens because our cause is just and because you continue to do nothing of consequence. Continuing to do nothing, and we will continue to come until we have finally achieved our goal. But should you wish to help, there are actions you can take immediately. You can enact the Government by the People Act, the Fair Elections Now Act, the Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2015, the Voter Empowerment Act of 2016, and the Democracy for All amendments. I'm now 74 and would love to see progress before I die. So senators and representatives, let's get on with it. Thank you very much. That comes from one of the people who was just arrested today. He stood up and spoke as he was being arrested. These words, he's standing for us at age 74, willing to get arrested, not just for his rights, but the rights of all Americans, and he's willing to do something about it. So we'll be here for the rest of the week. Anybody and everybody should come join us.
Yep.
We're fighting for democracy for all, not just the wealthy interests.
That's right. Thank you, man. Powerful. Yeah, guys, please come. Bring your friends, bring your family, bring whoever you can over to the DC area. My fiance is also trying to come over. She wants to bring my eldest daughter over with her. The sleeping arrangements aren't too thrilling, so I did warn them about that. But well, yeah, I mean, come if you're in close proximity, or if you could afford it, a quick plane ticket, come over, guys. Trust me, it's worth it. This is what we need to do. This is how we're gonna make change. It starts with each and every one of us. Don't underestimate the power of you. Don't do it. Don't do it. We can make change together, guys. Thank you. From Democracy Spring. Visit Democracy. democracyspring.org, by the way, if you're unfamiliar with any of the legislature that wants to be passed, they've got it all up online. So if you have any questions about that, I mean, feel free to go to the site.
All right, everybody, we'll switch back now. Just wanted to get that. That was a testimony from somebody who was just arrested there. Switch back to you, Scott.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Definitely remember Granny D, who walked across the whole country, and she was in her 80s then, I think.
Really?
She walked across the country, and she was definitely a leader on the get money out of politics.
Right.
Movement back then, and I forget a couple of years ago that she died. I'm trying to remember, but
I don't know.
Yeah, it hasn't been that long, I don't think. But.
Right. For everybody who doesn't know, that's Scott has a lot of experience with protests, and Scott, you hopped the fence at the White House. You were a member of Truth Out, correct? And you have a lot of experience with civil disobedience. You've been educating us and talking about this. This is day 2 of the sit-in, right? And today was elderly. They had a great chant. I didn't catch what it was earlier, but it was a great chant. We're not the youth or something. It was really good. They're coming out there. Just a different thing every day, right? I mean, this is how it goes. There's a strategy, and we didn't even know this, right?
Right. And yeah, I saw some familiar faces there. I think I saw Ann Wright, but I'm not positive it was Ann Wright, so I better back off of that. There's another attorney in D.C. that kind of looks like Ann Wright, and the person I saw had a Lawyers Guild hat on, and so it could have been her.
I see.
But Ann Wright sometimes wears the Lawyers Guild hat. She's a legal observer. When she was a colonel, and she was also an official at the State Department and resigned during the Iraq War in protest, and then spent a lot of time, as much time in Crawford as Cindy Sheehan. She was there the whole time and was really the one that the colonel who ran the camp during.
Really?
Camp. Yeah, I think she was there. I think there was one person that looked like Louis Vitale, who's a Franciscan from California. Not Franciscan. He's a Catholic priest. I think it might be Franciscan. He's arrested a lot of anti-nuclear stuff and stuff. I think I saw him, and some other people look familiar where I just couldn't place a name.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, you know all these people. You're familiar with a lot of these folks. We're just getting to know them, especially the folks in our audience, getting to know a lot of the protesters that have been at this for a long time, decades. And just now they've managed to wake up the rest of the people. We've worked together with Bernie Sanders to do that. Are you familiar with what's going on with Clinton and this transcript thing? And she's been very defensive that we've got this audio clip of her with really a lame ass excuse. I'm pretty it's pretty pathetic, actually.
Yeah, I haven't heard that clip yet, but prior to this clip, she just kept saying that she'll release it when everybody else does.
Well, this is ridiculous. She totally averts the question. She basically says, what happened there? Oh, wrong one. Yeah, she basically says everybody. She diverts off to talking about Bernie Sanders and his taxes, which they are releasing, but she doesn't even answer the fucking question. And the guy says this to her. Here, let's listen to what she has to say here, and I think it's just no integrity.
Secretary Clinton, Dan Biddle, Inquirer Politics editor. It's a thrill to be able to have a live Q&A with you, but I want to come back to those lunches, especially since you just used the words more public disclosure. as a citizen, I'm really unsatisfied with your saying you won't disclose the transcripts of those lunch speeches for which you earned more money than most Americans make in several years because your rival candidates, whom you think are less qualified to be president than you, won't show us theirs. Especially in light of, many Americans having an issue, in many a public opinion survey with your trustworthiness. I really want to know what was said at those lunches, and I would love you to either release those transcripts or convince me as a journalist in this trade for more than 30 years that when a major public official refuses to give full disclosure of a transcript like that, that official or that leader has something to hide.
Well, I can only say this. Let's make sure everybody is already as transparent as I'm sure you pressed Senator Sanders to release his tax returns because, of course, he hasn't.
Secretary, with all due respect, the question is, will you disclose the transcripts of your lunches?
I want to make a broader point because I've already told you what my answer is. When everybody meets the same standards, so will I. I have to be very clear with you. I believe that the American people have more information about me than anybody who's ever run for president. I believe there has been a concerted effort to tear me down, to attack me, to criticize me, and there certainly has been a double standard between me and others who run. And at some point, I have to say, look, let's meet the same standards. Let's start with tax returns. That has been the standard. I have more than met that standard. People have been poring over my tax returns going back 30 years, and as I said, 8 years are posted on my website. That is a very clear difference between me and Senator Sanders, between me and Donald Trump. And I frankly am always a little bit bewildered. Everybody keeps asking me to do more and more and more. And I have said, let's have the same standards. And I will be happy to do the same. But when you have transparency demands that only I meet and others running do not, it kind of raises a question in my mind, will people ever be held to the same standard that I've been held to? So I've been clear. I've been clear for months. When people release transcripts of speeches they gave, I will release mine. But in the meantime, I want to see their tax returns. That's been the standard for decades, and they should meet that standard.
So you won't tell us what you said during those lunches?
I talked about my experience as Secretary of State. I talked about the work we lived in. I talked about global challenges. That's what I talked about in all the speeches that I gave. That's why they asked me to come. As they asked Colin Powell, as they asked Condi Rice, as they asked Madeleine Albright, because when you come out of being Secretary of State, all kinds of people, from auto dealers to banks to healthcare professionals, are interested in your views about the world. And I probably told the story of the bin Laden raid maybe 25 times because that's what they were interested in.
Madam Secretary.
Well, that's it. So she really didn't answer the question, did she?
No, and I think one of the differences here on the worrying about the other candidates on this issue of these speeches, we all know Donald Trump's position on Wall Street and Ted Cruz and everyone. We all know that they're not going to do anything to rein in Wall Street. What we want to know is what Hillary Clinton was saying to Wall Street before this campaign. Now she's trying to say that she's got a tougher plan than everybody else and everything. So we just want to know if that was what she said when she spoke to them, that right. She was going to rein them in.
Right. And it's zero integrity. She didn't. I don't care. Like the tax returns, okay, yay. That's done next, and I don't even understand her position. Wait until everybody else does. Who is everybody else? Like, nobody else has done speeches to Wall Street, so by logic, we're done, right?
I think she's trying to open it up to all the other candidates too. So the 17 on the Republican side.
Well, what she's got to understand is that somebody just should tell her straight to her face. That's not how we decide the Democratic nominee.
Right.
And so the Democrats give a fuck. I don't care about the Republican side. Hillary, you were just killing it. It's good. Keep it up. Keep it up, because you look more and more disingenuous. You look more and more like a tool robot every day with this bullshit. It's just, that pisses me off, what you said there. Keep it to the taxes. You know what? Fuck you. You are not transparent. Let's see the truth here. And you used a white noise machine. So you won't release the transcripts, and you used a white noise machine to block us from other shit you said. What an open politician you are. And didn't she's the one who made the statement on one of these pander quests for her primetime shows like on CNN, where she said, I believe I've been the most open politician ever, or something like that. Literally said that. Came out of her mouth.
And what was it?
John?
I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, what's up, Jesse?
Interview.
Oh, all right. Oh, I see. Yeah, we've got this guy here. Hang on. Or not.
Yeah, I don't hear any audio.
For the most part, everybody else, it was just their receptionists, their staff. But that's fine. They have seen a face, a human face, someone who's calm and caring, assuring them that we care about their problems. I go in and I say, we want money out of politics. We know that the reps hate having to call and beg for money. We know what that does for democracy. So we are doing civil disobedience to force the issue so that all of our fellow citizens will say, why are all of these people getting arrested? Because we want democracy, we want money out of politics, blah, blah, blah. That is what's good. I'm going to hit the other offices later today, tomorrow.
Awesome. But they're probably fundraising right now, so they won't be able to talk to you, right?
They will be really happy. All of them have been real nice, and the number of staffers like, can I have a picture of you?
Have any of them actually told you that they're going to push any of the bills that we're asking for?
Several of them reminded me that their congressman is pushing the bills or sponsoring them. I don't even know who's sponsoring all the bills. But, I don't have to know that. All I have to do is focus on one big point. Money out of politics. I do not talk about anything else. Who do I want for president? Not an issue here. Money out of politics.
Thank you. Thank you for your help, and thank you for your time. That's perfect. Yeah, we're doing no grassroots citizen media, man. So.
We're grassroots as they get.
Yeah. Here, let me give you a card. Yeah. I'm doing the social media stuff with you guys. The Facebook page. Yep.
Well, that was pretty badass there. That sounds like a loud crowd. What do you think, Scott?
Yep, it sounds good. Sounds well-spirited.
They're not gonna cover it. You know what I mean?
That's right. Yeah. They've been asking for CNN, right? And I think.
Yeah, I don't see Anderson Cooper here anywhere.
Yeah. No, I don't see him.
So, my hope is that by the end of this week, I won't be here. By the end of this week, I'm hoping that we'll have this whole area filled up.
Yeah, definitely. Yep.
And just take the momentum into the democracy awakening and keep it going.
Yep.
I wish I could be here, but I'm going to be fighting the fight online and helping be the media.
That's right. Yeah, that's what we have to continue doing, man. So thank you. Good job, man.
Thank you.
All right, we'll try to bounce back and forth like that as we see, and we've got our eyes and ears and like Jesse and everybody else letting us know when he cuts to interview. I believe it is important for us to see as much of this as possible. As far as what is news, this is news. What's happening right there at the Capitol? That is news. And if our establishment news agencies were doing their jobs as journalists, they'd be covering this, like they do in Olympics. You know. Kai is giving a shout here. Let's check him out.
We just caught the end of that, but Kai is asking for people to show up. He's asking for more people to come out if you can.
This is about Jesus. Jesus. Did I answer your question, lady? Was I? No, I don't get anything at all other than the blessings that you give away.
I have no idea who that other guy talking is.
Or maybe him on the ground.
Could be. I don't know. It's just awesome to cover. Apologize for the disjointed news, everybody. We're just going to cover what we can. Just quickly, I'm a fan of Miley Cyrus. I don't care what anybody thinks of her music. I like the fact that she's outspoken about who she is as a person. And she had this little thing to say here about Bernie Sanders. I think it's awesome. He's been a badass in supporting the LGBT community. He most certainly has. He certainly has a better record, a more honest and accurate record supporting LGBT than Hillary Clinton does. Regardless of the narrative the establishment media tries to spin, we know the truth. LGBTs know the truth. Yeah. Just thank you, Miley, for reminding us of that. What else is going down in the news?
Well, back to the white noise thing with Hillary, I guess she learned. I'm trying to remember what it was that her and Edwards were discussing when they thought the mics were off during the debate.
It was the CR. Oh, no, the debate in the 80s. You're thinking of something else. I'm thinking of the racial.
No, 2008, yeah.
2008, yeah, I don't remember that.
Something about Obama, and they thought that the microphone was off. And
oh, seriously?
Yeah, it was after the debate, I think.
Did they reference the same CR time or something, or
what's that?
The CR time or CP time, or did they do the same reference, the dumb reference that she just did with Bill de Blasio? That inherent racism?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
You've seen that or heard about that issue, right? We talked about that the other day.
Yeah.
It's still in the news right now. For those of you who don't know, Hillary just going out there doing a racial skit, because why wouldn't you? I don't really understand what that's about. There's an interesting article on Bernie's social media in Fast Company. And I don't know if you got a chance to look at that, Scott.
No, I haven't.
I haven't either. You guys should grab it though. But it's maybe we'll cover this more tomorrow. But basically, it's talking about how it's us, everybody. that the internet and the engagement on the internet, the engagement with the fan base has done its job. In other words, what we know about social media, what we've learned about social media over the last 15 years together, has now been applied to politics. And the fact that we can organize together like this, the fact that we can come together like this using social media channels, push our narrative. You realize our narrative is now the truth. We own the internet in terms of narrative. And the stories that are coming out, the stories that I don't have organized for you this morning, which we will have better later today, every single one of them, there's new ones coming out every day, a better narrative on Bernie Sanders, more positive. We've shifted it to a positive narrative on Bernie Sanders. That doesn't mean that there isn't negative stories coming out. It's just that they're less and less probable. They're less, they're grasping. They're desperate. They're not like this Hillary Clinton claiming that Bernie is rigging things. I don't even know where it's just the most ridiculous attempt, right, at a twist on narrative. Oh, we got somebody talking about. Missed that. I like being able to just come in on that though. Get some close-ups there. This is so much nicer than using a smartphone in a Hangout, isn't it? This is a nice camera attached to this Solo. Hey, I know what we can talk about, Scott. Let's talk about what you're doing, because we're going to have that LU-70, right?
Years to be that the case. I tried to find out where Bernie was going to be next Tuesday, but they didn't bite.
Well, what's this guy saying? Hey, Scott, you see the guy on cam right now?
Yeah.
You know, you could drop that in 1968. Nobody'd know the difference. I mean, maybe the bullhorn's nicer, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that scene right there is just beautiful. That's beautiful. So, yeah, where are you going to be? You're going to be somewhere awesome tomorrow.
Tomorrow I'll be in Washington Square Park for the Bernie rally with Spike Lee and Graham Nash, Rosario Dawson, Vampire, what is it, Vampire Weekend, right?
Yeah, it's Vampire Weekend, I believe is the name.
So it's a lot of bands and a lot of celebrities and huge rally. It should be a huge rally. Huge.
It should be. It should be.
Then hopefully I'll be in the spin room Thursday at the Brooklyn debate. I haven't heard back from my credential request.
All right.
I hadn't heard back in Miami either, and they let me in the file room, so we'll see what happens.
All right. But what's cool is we should have you with the LU-70, which is the unit that we crowdsourced together, everybody. And Scott will be bringing us this concert tomorrow and the Bernie rally. And that should be pretty badass, because now we have all the kinks worked out of the system. Right? What you're looking at right now, everybody, is from the this shot right here is live view Solo. So it's a camera. It's just a handy cam attached to this via HDMI. And then the Solo is pushing to switchboard live. I could actually show you what that looks like. Let's see, what are they doing here?
Show me what democracy looks like! Show me what democracy looks like!
The bullhorn, I thought it was the police talking. I forgot. Didn't realize it was the other guy. Like, what are they saying back? Here, check this out. This is that you can't see the whole thing. That's
yeah.
This is Joycaster, formerly Joycaster. This is the interface for Joycaster. They're called switchboard.live now. And what you're looking at is the fact that we're pushing from Solo to Joycaster, which is now pushing to BTV Live, the RSN Ustream, and Justin One TV, which is actually Democracy Springs YouTube channel. This is what we were trying to do the other day. It took us a little while to get things worked out. Believe it or not, out of all the issues, and yeah, I'm messing around with the audio here. Out of all the issues, it came down to tape. Tape was the primary issue. All right, everything else worked out. Really, just came down to tape. Believe it or not, tape is a major portion of the revolution. So that's I just wanted to share that with you. It's pretty awesome what we're able to do with this here. We'll cut back to the revolution there.
Free and equal, coast to coast.
And I love being able to just bring this to you like this and have a discussion with you about it. Again, this is news. We're trying to intersperse it with some other events and other things we're talking about, but this is the most important news going on right now. We got Bernie Sanders rally. Hey, when does that rally start? Is it up? Why don't we just cut to the rally? What the hell? So what I'd like to do is run the rally and the Democracy Spring side by side like we did the other day. Somebody let me know if there's a link for the rally. And no, Bad Wolf Time Lady, you do not have to stick around for CM. We should have Eric coming back. But I'm in a good mood. Democracy's happening. It's spring. It's beautiful outside. I know we got other news to talk about, but this is our network. This is our channel. We can do what the hell we want with it, right? So let's just keep watching this experience, enjoying it. I know we're going to run out of battery at some point, so I hope we can get that
They changed batteries once, didn't they?
They did. They'll need to be charged. There's 10 minutes left on the batteries. This is just the message coming in, and they will need to be charged up in about an hour. No, they'll be back up in about an hour. So they're going to go down soon, and then we'll have this back up in about an hour. But isn't there a rally? Isn't Syracuse coming on right now, guys? Somebody find me a link to Syracuse. You guys know that that's Scott's alma, right? Scott went to Syracuse to become a broadcaster, and here he is. Actually, you told the story differently, Scott. What did you say about that?
Well, I quit the broadcasting school. I switched majors to political science, which was a huge mistake.
No, because now you can be a poli-sci journalist because you know your shit. You're the reason we know how this democracy works, my friend. Without you, we'd all be baffled.
Yeah.
All right, so we're looking
Ask
at.
and you shall receive. Then life rough.
You guys rock. Thank you, News Universe. We're gonna cut over and see if we've got that rally going on. Does anybody mind? Everybody in chat, do you mind?
We only got 10 minutes here anyways. Yeah.
What?
We only got 10 minutes here anyways. We might as well switch. We're not going to be able to see that much more anyway.
All right, got it. Yeah, we ran through all the comments. You guys having a good discussion. Here. Keep blowing up Democracy Spring, everybody. We want this hashtag flying. Just keep loading it up.
To bring the noise. Yo, Washington, don't give us no sense.
Yeah.
Y'all been ignored from the donor class. Y'all been ignoring the people's voice. Going to Washington to bring the noise. We got no choice. We got no choice. We got no choice. We got no choice. Go Washington, don't give us no sense. Go Washington, don't give us no sense. Y'all been taking orders from the donor class. Y'all been taking orders from the donor class. Y'all been ignoring the people.
Can't wait to have him as my president. So the next person to come up here, I think y'all know her. She's kind of an amazing woman. I've been following her activism and her talent, but more so her activism impresses me more than anything. Her name is Rosario Dawson. She's going to come out and say a few words.
That apparently Bernie supporters have made 46 million calls. Apparently he's in the 92 percentile, the highest out of any other candidate that is running for office right now, of real followers online and social media. Almost 40% fake accounts. Now, I think we saw with Democracy Spring yesterday how we are talking about how rigged the system is. And that we're all coming together to do something about it. Now, I want to talk about how special and significant this election is to me. As a New Yorker, I saw people come together in Pennsylvania, across New York, and all go, no to fracking. You looked out not only for yourselves, but for your communities and their children for generations to come, and I thank you for that. How we've been told, well, especially me, because I'm a woman. I think I'm, as they say, of color. So, apparently there's a special place in hell for me for not automatically going with the other candidate. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we're not talking about the real issues about fracking and how important that is. But instead being told that we don't support the candidate who has promoted fracking around the world, that there's a special place in hell for me. We've been getting pushback that Bernie Sanders is doing a negative campaign, which is very interesting, because the most generous thing I've ever seen any candidate do is say, enough about the emails. Bros or whatever, so mean. Well, if you're spending the time online, you know trolls is a real thing. There are actually children committing suicide because trolls can be so bad. That is a very, very real issue. But I'm talking about the trolling that has been happening from surrogates on national television. So as a woman, I'm going to hell. Apparently, I have to be white and a male in order to support Bernie. About how us women, it's all well and good that we're supporting him online, but we're not going to show up because we don't show up. The media blackout and the bias against Bernie, when you dismiss him, it means you're dismissing all of us. That we need to do research and that she feels sorry for us. But then we're told that we have to tone it down. And that we need to start thinking about uniting the party. Preaching divisiveness is probably not a really good way to go about that. I just want to put that out there. See with my own eyes how Bernie's actually achieving that. He's talking about recognizing our native brothers and sisters. He's talking about being excited to be able to say, I'm the President of the United States because I can say I am sorry for our foreign policy that devastated lives for generations in South America. Really went down. Jimmy Carter saying, no, you did not do well. Stop trying to tell us any different. Him saying, I want to be the President of the United States because I can say I am so sorry for the genocide of the natives and the exploitation of slavery. It see him saying the exact same thing. From the Panama Papers to Patriot Act to the Iraq War vote, he is like Cassandra of the Greek myths. Remember Cassandra warning us of the Trojan horse. And unfortunately, she was cursed to not be believed and to be heeded. We believe. Empty room. Now we have filled up that space. And he tells me that at this juncture in time, he needs to be our president so we can make the bold changes that we need critically to do. I believe him. Because I don't want to look back on these videos in the years to come and go, we didn't listen. Instead, we listened to Madeleine Albright, who told us there was a special place in hell for us women, right? The same woman who said that 500,000 Iraqi children dying was worth it. That's the person who's supporting the person who voted for the Iraq War. Hundreds of thousands of people's lives gone. Destruction. The opening up for ISIS around the world. This is... When we have a candidate who's talking about climate change and that we have to make real aggressive moves on it, that works into our foreign policy. North Africa is drying up. Southern Europe is drying up. The Middle East is drying up. These migrations and wars and fights, that's not going away yesterday or anytime soon. And we need someone who's going, you know what, we need to pull back and stop wasting that money on what was it he said? The Iraq War was good for business? Good business opportunity? It was a good business opportunity for a few people. It was incredibly devastating to many, most others. We have an opportunity right now to vote for the guy who, I don't know if you guys like baseball, wants to knock it out of the park. Work for us. Go out there, but to walk in with the strategy of just, I'm going to bunt it. I know we're walking off a cliff, but if we just slow it down a little bit, maybe we don't have to change direction. I'm going to walk. I'm going to let the ball hit me a couple times, and I'm going to walk to first base and earn that first base. I'm not trying to get a home run. It doesn't work for us. That's not what's going to work for us. We can do it! We can. We are doing it. With a man who's uniting us all. Not because he has to, because he wants to. Because it's the right thing to do. And it's time that we have the courage to stand with him to help him do that. Because our motto is not me, us. It's a future that we can all believe in. And I'm so proud to be a part of this generation. As we turn the page and we push back against the status quo and go, no, we can do better. We deserve better, and we're willing to work for it. So thank you so much for being here and working for it and making this movement visible. Despite all the people who don't want it to happen. But it's a fraction of people. And John Lennon said, we have the power. We just have to recognize it and utilize it. how rigged this situation is. Because it is. If you're an independent and you didn't get to change your status in October, make sure you find at least 2 people to vote for you. Don't wait. Don't wait till the general election to vote for them. Vote for them twice. Vote for them now in the primaries, and then vote for them again in the general election. That's what we get to do. And we do it together. Making our business, New York. Send a message to the world. We are not championing people who push regime change and fracking around the world. We talk about caring about women, but not caring about them when they're at the other end of the receiving end of a bomb. This is our chance to say to the whole world that we're going to work on our infrastructure so that we can build up our country and have it join the 21st century. Rather than waste that money on regime change around the world and cause and foment more resentment and hatred against us. Because that's not courageous. That's not good. And it's not right. I'm here to encourage you to have courage to step up your game. Because it's awesome for you to be here. It's awesome for you to phone bank. It's awesome for you to get in line and vote. But make it your business to make sure 5 other people vote with you. So easy. There are still girls getting acid thrown in their face just because they want to go to school, let alone vote. Keep them in mind. Too many people are invisible. From the Black Lives Matter activists to our dreamers, to Libyans and Hondurans, to the people in Yemen. We have to be thinking about all of them when we go to vote. The whole world that we mean that from the bottom of our hearts, that we are ready to take this country in a different direction. Thank you for being with me. Thank you for being here. I will see you in the voting booths. Bernie Sanders!
Syracuse is ready for a political revolution. This is a campaign which has the energy, which has the momentum, and is the campaign on the move. We have won Secretary Clinton in recent weeks. 2 polls have us in the lead. In general election poll matchups, we are beating Trump by 20 points. With a larger margin than Secretary Clinton. And we will win a major victory here in New York next Tuesday. Let me thank Joe Driscoll, Jonathan Fuhrer and Zach Seliff, Kendrick Sampson, and a special thanks to Rosario Dawson, not only for her remarks here today, but for all of the energy she has expended in this campaign.
A little early. That's supposed to start at 7 p.m. East.
The Democracy Spring protest in D.C. yesterday accomplished one of its main goals, and that is demonstrating broad support for radically reforming the way we do campaign finance in this country. And it did that by bringing people together from the right and from the left to demonstrate in D.C., to be willing to be arrested. Another goal that also worked out. We'll have the details for that in just a second. However, it didn't accomplish one of its goals, and that is getting the mainstream media to actually pay attention to this and to recognize that people overwhelmingly want change. And so we'll have those stats for you as well. But first, on the arrests, and we have a follow-up video from Cenk, who was one of the people who was arrested yesterday. It took more than 6 hours for police to arrest the protesters, of which more than 400 were arrested yesterday, and I'm hearing about 100 today. Those who chose to sit in on the Capitol steps. They were taken in zip-tie handcuffs into large buses to be taken away and processed. And to give you an idea of the breadth of people who were willing to be arrested for this movement, you have protest campaign director Kai Newkirk, head of the activist group 99 Rise. We've covered their actions a few times. He was among the arrested. Others included the online news personality Cenk Uygur, criminal justice reform advocate Michael A. Wood Jr., Progressive Change Campaign Committee co-founder Adam Green, and former California Secretary of State candidate Derek Cressman. And we have a quote from Alex Lawson, Social Security Works executive director, about the action yesterday, saying, "What you're seeing right now is a massive change in the conversation around money and politics, and I think that we are at the Capitol making it so visible that so many people are willing to risk arrest. This is something that elected officials cannot be on the wrong side of." But to the extent that they can't be on the wrong side of it, it has to do with how much coverage this actually gets.
Right.
And this is the frustrating part. Because I looked all over the web, and to their credit, some sites covered it to varying degrees. Places like Vice, RT, Huffington Post had a lot of information about it on their websites. So they get credit for that. CNN, Washington Times, MSNBC, and Fox News, they did have stories about it. But that's basically about where it stopped. So while the action dubbed hashtag Democracy Spring garnered over wide coverage on social media, over 136,000 tweets, during daytime and afternoon news segments, CNN did not devote any coverage to the actions on their actual TV side. MSNBC mentioned the protests for approximately 12 seconds, while Fox News mentioned the arrests and discussed the protests for around 17 seconds. So look at Fox News leading the way there, although they probably were not giving a positive spin to it.
It's because they stuttered. That's why they went that.
It took a while. It took a little while longer. Yeah, actually, one of the graphics didn't come up, and so they had to wait a second. MSNBC and Fox News not only provided minimal coverage, but hosts on both networks misrepresented the protests, claiming they were narrowly focused only on voting rights issues, which, for the record, is not narrow. That's really important too. The protests were widely covered by C-SPAN, Al Jazeera, and NPR. And so thank you to The Intercept for doing that media analysis. And so, look, a lot of people got arrested, and many people will hear about it from the coverage that it did get. But it's interesting that if you protest outside of a mosque, or an Islamic community center, they'll cover it for days. If a plane goes missing, well, that shut down for a month. But when people want to rescue American democracy, 12 seconds or zero.
This goes further than rescuing American democracy. It goes to our media and how it's corrupted by the exact same entities that corrupt our politicians. Corporate media is funded by corporate sponsors. That's why it's referred to as corporate media. So do they have any type of incentive or interest in covering a protest that not only calls out these politicians and a corrupt political system, but also calls out the media for their corruption?
Yeah.
Okay? When you have BP or some major corporations, when you have corporations that aren't even trying to sell you something, advertising on these major networks, they're not doing it because they want to improve sales. A lot of these companies don't even have anything to do with selling a product. They want to ensure that these media outlets don't criticize them because you don't want to bite the hand that feeds.
So instead of that advertising money being used to fund investigations,
Right.
that advertising money is being used to fund non-investigations.
Yeah.
It's
That's
being used to squelch any investigative instinct that they might have in their news division.
Yeah.
And we also, before I said, they don't, the reason why this isn't getting covered, the march and the protest to get money out of politics, is because when money's in politics, all the people who we want to cover it make more money.
Yeah.
They all make more money. We've heard Les Moonves cheer this on. Even the rise of Donald Trump, which he admitted was bad for our country, but it's good for CBS. So that's why this isn't getting any coverage. We're covering it, of course, and there's a couple of places online covering it. But this would directly affect their bottom line. And like I always say about the hosts at MSNBC, they're all good people, what have you, but it's obvious they haven't said anything that would affect Comcast's bottom line, because as soon as they do, they'll be fired. Like Ed Schultz was fired, and Phil Donahue, and a host of others.
Yeah. Yeah, also, really fast, I want to give credit also to sites like Alternate and Raw Story, who also covered it.
Yeah.
I just sort of expect that they will, so.
But what's the difference between all the media outlets that you listed that did do some coverage of this protest and the media outlets that didn't do any coverage or did a tiny amount of coverage? I mean, Raw Story, NPR, the way that they're funded is very different from the way that MSNBC or CNN is funded, or Fox News.
Look, these big economic interests they've got to start advertising on these blogs if they want to get them in line. And how about this? So we've said many times, CNN obviously has no interest in even asking about reforming campaign finance, since so many of those dollars go into ads. And the fear is that if you get money out of politics, then they won't buy the ads. So here's a solution. So when we get the public financing, every dollar has to be spent on cable news advertising. That way it's a win-win, I guess.
So you know
I don't
what?
actually believe that.
There used to be that thing they call about the metaphorical firewall between the news division and the rest of the money-making operation at news
Like the
companies.
advertising division, yeah.
Right, the advertising, and so they could have their journalistic integrity. Right. Well, that's all gone now, because now the news division has to turn a profit, right? So it's funny, I was watching one of my videos at youtube.com/The Jimmy Dore Show, and I was noticing.
We need a firewall between your on-air personality and your concern for your channel's growth. Sorry.
They literally have a pro-fracking commercial. Have you seen these on YouTube?
Oh,
the pro-fracking commercials that they're running.
Yeah.
And I'm like, on my fucking video. People say, well, you're getting money from the fracking people because that commercial's playing on. Yeah, but guess what I'm using that money for? To fight against fracking.
Yeah.
Which is kind of ironic. That's the beauty of how some capitalism is working today.
That's what Hillary says about Wall Street, though.
That's what she says.
That is what she
Except
says.
there's no firewall. So that's the
idea.
beauty of what we could do here that we
Yeah.
can't do anywhere else. Cenk also did a video that talked about the corruption and offshoring, corporations offshoring their money, and Google was one of the companies he talked about. So he does have complete editorial freedom here. That is the big difference.
That's true. Yes. Well, thank you for bringing up Cenk, because we actually want to go. We have some video from Cenk about the protests, about what it means to him. So let's roll that.
So you got to come join us, man. This Democracy Spring thing is real. Civil disobedience is real. And I know it's frustrating that a lot of the establishment media didn't cover it. The largest arrest in Capitol history, and they don't think that's newsworthy. That's insane. And part of the problem is, and this is really important, guys, we did it right, and the cops thanked us for being so peaceful and doing civil disobedience right, and they were very good to us. But the problem was, it didn't bleed. That was one of the problems. If it doesn't bleed, it doesn't lead. That is a implicit way the media encourages violence, right? So if you do it the right way, they're like, oh, that's boring. Just an enormous amount of Americans. And remember, the number of people arrested were a small fraction of the overall protests, right? An enormous amount of Americans come to protest because they're so worried about how bad corruption is in our government. No big deal. But if somebody had gotten a baton over the head and was bleeding, or had pushed a cop, right? They'd be like, oh my God, look at this, the protesters, they're radicals, they're rioting, and then they would have covered it. Positive coverage, you're almost never gonna get. Negative coverage, the mainstream media is more than happy to give you.
And we actually internally at TYT have gotten a little example of that. So everybody got all pissed off about the American Air thing. Well, that they'll cover to some extent. I don't know if it got 16 seconds on Fox News, but he has a good point there, obviously. And yeah, getting 400 people to be arrested, that is pretty amazing. So he's saying it's the largest ever there. I don't know for sure that it is, but it is an absolutely huge number of people, and it's ridiculous that they covered those Tea Party protests for months and months around the clock.
And sometimes they would have 50 people out on the Capitol steps, 50 people to sit around and listen to Michelle Bachmann misquote the Constitution and confuse it with the Declaration of Independence. And they would cover that without, by the way, pointing that out, what I just pointed out.
Yeah,
Look at and now you see they have all that. They have all those scaffoldings around the. And that's because the Republicans want the Capitol moved a little bit farther to the wrong side of history.
Well, the thing that I do want to point out is, at this protest, there were a few Tea Party activists present, right?
Yeah,
and part of the reason why is because this is really a nonpartisan issue. It doesn't matter if you are a radical right person on the radical right or a person on the radical left. Everyone agrees that our representatives should represent us, not corporate interests.
Not Hillary Clinton voters.
I think that
they don't think
they made a big mistake in the PR. They really should have said that this is Democracy Spring brought to you by the Tea Party. I think that there would be a lot more cameras there.
Maybe.
If this was this many Tea Partiers, damn well, it would be covered to
No, Fox would be saying, should we impeach Obama instantly? Probably.
Maybe they needed Sarah Palin there to give a speech about how the money in the politics is corrupting our politics of today and yesterday.
So that's great. By the way, that's the story here. I think that the Tea Party and the left came together over an issue. Again, that's the story. Won't be covered.
No, and even when they do talk about it, they say it's voting rights that they're concerned.
Okay, we're breaking into that piece because we now have comedian Lee Camp, who is the host of RT's Redacted Tonight and who was arrested in Washington, D.C. during that Democracy Spring protest. He speaks to us live now by phone. Lee, hi there. Just tell us exactly what occurred to you, please.
I was one of many that chose to get arrested here with Democracy Spring, which is a week-long protest to get money out of politics here in Washington, D.C. Several hundred were arrested yesterday. Apparently they overfilled the jails yesterday. And it's really heartening to see people stand up. There are, like I said, hundreds and hundreds here. The mainstream media seems to want to black it out, but there's a lot of people that are standing up and willing to get arrested to call attention to how money has corrupted our entire system.
And just tell us the details of the arrest. Where did they bring you?
Right now, we're off to the side of the Capitol in a holding area. As you can tell by the fact that I'm talking on the phone, they haven't tied our hands. They did zip tie the hands of protesters yesterday, but not today. But yeah, we're in a holding area off to the side of the Capitol building where they seem to be processing people. They're starting with the elderly because there were a lot of elderly that chose to get arrested today, and they seem to be going first.
What are the actual crowds protesting there?
Democracy Spring is a protest to call attention to the corruption of money in politics. As most people know, billions of dollars will be spent on this presidential election. There are billions spent every day on various politicians, various campaigns, and our system is corrupted. You know, a well-known Princeton study showed that the U.S. government has now become an oligarchy, and the people's opinions, the majority opinion, is not actually acted on. It's merely the opinion of the government, the wants and needs of the businesses, the corporations, that is actually acted upon in the government.
And the people who are with you, what's the atmosphere like in the detention area? What are people saying?
It's pretty cheerful. I mean, part of it is I think you got nice weather and you have people that are, have made a choice and they're excited to be a part of it. So I haven't seen any police brutality, so I think that keeps the emotion level at a kind of hopeful and positive rather than into a battle emotion type thing. So people are pretty hopeful and they're pretty positive.
Has there been much reaction by the media or otherwise to the arrests and what is actually going on there?
As far as I've heard, there continues to be no mainstream media reporting, even though yesterday was apparently the largest number of arrests at the Capitol ever, from what I've heard, and overfilled the jails, and the police didn't really know what to do with so many arrests. And yet that still is not apparently worthy of being covered on our mainstream media. There is coverage by alternative outlets like RT, the Young Turks, and The Real News, but mainstream media is nowhere to be seen.
We're just looking at pictures now as we speak to you, Lee, of the crowds outside the area. Do you think this is going to continue? Are people going to come back tomorrow, etc., etc.?
Yeah, it should continue all week. I mean, this is the second day. A lot of these people marched all the way from Philadelphia down to D.C., 140 miles before getting arrested. And this is only the second day of several, but the fact that so many people have returned, even after the first day yesterday of arrest, is pretty significant.
Okay, we've been speaking to comedian Lee Camp there from Washington, D.C., who has been arrested a little bit earlier after protesting in that campaign during the Democracy Spring demonstration. You're looking at pictures there of the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. Lee, thank you very much for that.
As we told you at the top of the hour, Democracy Spring is underway at the U.S. Capitol, where hundreds of people are gathering at the steps to fight big money in politics. The goal of the group, to intervene in such a way that no one can ignore them. Oh, but mainstream media, they try so hard to do just that. Legal and media analyst Lionel of Lionel Media is joining me now. Lionel, okay, this is the second day of the Democracy Spring, one of the biggest displays of civil disobedience D.C. has seen. It's been the top story of our newscast here on RT America for 2 straight days because it's a big deal. But I want us to first look at how some of the other networks are handling the protest as it's happening right behind them.
Let's go outside the venue. This is at the Republican National Committee headquarters on Capitol Hill in Washington, where within the last 5 minutes, a wave of protesters has shown up outside. Our Luke Russert is also outside awaiting this event. Luke?
Yeah, hi there, Brian. These are the Democracy Spring protesters. They actually had a sit-in on the East Front Capitol steps yesterday, calling to get money out of politics, certainly making their voices heard here outside of this announcement by Paul Ryan, which we expect about 3:15 p.m. What Paul Ryan's team has tried to do over the last few days is say in every possible way that if he were as possible, so we'll certainly see if it plays to that, Brian.
All right, Luke Russert outside with some of his closest friends outside the RNC headquarters. Luke, thanks.
Lionel, okay, 1.5 sentences, 2 sentences. He's standing in the middle of this protest, yet this is a story that none of the 3 mainstream media networks have covered at all whatsoever. How is this possible?
Well, Simone, I'm here covering the Paul Ryan thing, and these...
There's some loud people out behind me.
Loud mouths here. So we got democracy. With their democracy. Anyway, Paul, could you keep it down, please? I'm Luke Russert, for God's sakes. Let me tell you what it comes down to. Mainstream media think these people are stupid. They don't care about them. And now let's go to the obligatory guy of the gray-haired guy with the ponytail doing the peace sign, wearing the tie-dyed shirt, something about oligarchy or Democracy Spring. Is that a soap? Is that like Irish Spring? I mean, they cannot possibly be less concerned. You know, there was a time in this country when protest meant something. Now, some protest means if it's Black Lives Matter or police brutality, good. There's at least some type of reverence or respect. But I saw it here in New York during Occupy Wall Street. And I swear to God, all they talked about was, boy, they're making a mess. Look at the mess they're making with their food. In New York, they're worried about mess on the floor. Something happened here. And I'm telling you, because I believe it or not, and Simone, you can think I'm kidding, I don't think people understand what oligarchy means. I don't think Luke Russert, Mr. Excitement, understands what this is about. And here's the best part. In the old days, when I was just a kid and used to watch the Vietnam protests, when the elderly came in and the nuns and the grandparents and they protested, that changed the tenor and the message of the protest completely. Now, you see elderly being arrested and they're saying, oh, God. Now Grandma and Grandpa, kettle hair, getting arrested as well. And so what there is a theme. It starts from the top, perhaps maybe that is corporately owned, I don't know, but it percolates down into these individuals are acting as an annoyance, a petty annoyance, and you saw it right there. I hope that is forever frozen. Luke Russert's insouciance, nonchalance, this passe attitude, and it's reflected, by the way, it's not just Luke Russert, this was the message that's given to him, because nobody's saying, okay, let's go live. Hey, Luke's on the ground. There's some protesters. Hey, guys, let's go. None of that.
And Lionel, we had to pull that clip because that is literally the only clip I have seen over the 3 major networks where they even had anything to do with the protest, and it was simply because he was inconvenienced with his Paul Ryan live shot with these protesters behind him. So, unfortunately, the Democracy Spring movement, what they are doing, they're trying, like I said, to intervene in a way where people cannot ignore them. But people are sure as heck trying to ignore them with all their might. They're talking about things like the money primary. They're talking about the elites deciding who the candidates are going to be in this presidential election. I watch the 3 main networks, and I see every single day they've got Trump or some sort of candidate on talking about how the system is rigged. They have these talking heads talking about how the delegate count works or how the whole system is rigged. They keep talking about it over and over again, but they're standing in front of people who are actually believing it and who are trying to do something about it, and they don't want to give them any time of day.
Here, Simone, yes, I'm voting for you. But if it's a rat or some fake rat pulling a piece of pizza down a subway step or people lined up for the new Cronuts, I guarantee you they will have wall-to-wall coverage. This is what's wrong with this country. People ask all the time, what is the matter with us? Why do we have such lousy selections in the voting? Because America doesn't care. And America doesn't care, as is being reflected by the mainstream sock puppet echo chamber playbook, cookie cutter, wax fruit, Barbie and Ken media.
Well, you know
I mean, it's horrible.
Those people on the steps are not beholden to what mainstream media decides is news, and they are making sure of it down there in these 10 days. And I think that voters should probably be paying more attention instead of just feeling apathetic about the fact that their votes don't matter. Change it. Their votes should matter. Legal and media analyst Lionel of Lionel Media, thank you so much. Well, Democracy Spring is a 10-day series of mass sit-ins and marches at the U.S. Capitol. They're demanding campaign finance reform and an end to the attacks on voters' rights across the U.S. during a hotly contested election this year. Democracy Spring has been endorsed by over 100 organizations and a number of celebrities who have promised to participate in the nonviolent civil disobedience. To discuss the goals of this protest movement, I'm joined by Democracy Spring campaign director Kai Newkirk and Redacted Tonight's Lee Camp, a couple of outlaws here today.
Criminals.
Criminals. Okay, Lee, you were arrested today or cited today and released. You, Kai, were arrested yesterday as well. Tell me, we'll start with the most recent. Lee, you were arrested today. Why did you get cited today?
Well, I was there in a capacity as an average citizen, not with my show Redacted Tonight. I chose to get arrested because money and politics is the center of everything that has been corrupted about our system. Just about any issue anyone cares about, it comes down to money and politics. And so I'd say that's the center of the reason why I chose to get arrested today. And I'm sure Kai can list 100 other reasons.
Right. It sounds interesting. Chose to get arrested today. So you kind of volunteered for this. What about you yesterday? I mean, you are the organizer of this movement. When people are getting arrested, when we're one of them, but when people are getting arrested, we're hearing about over 400 people yesterday, dozens more today. Why are they risking arrest for these certain beliefs?
Well, I think people have come to realize that unless we do something to save our democracy and end this corruption of big money in politics in our society, we're not going to be able to deal with the fundamental problems that confront us as a nation. Whether that's catastrophic climate change or historic economic inequality or mass incarceration, we have to solve this problem to be able to make progress on these other fronts. And in our country and in the countries around the world, we haven't been able to do that without mass nonviolent movements that are willing to disrupt business as usual and willing to take actions that will prevent the status quo from moving forward until change is granted, right? And that's what mass civil disobedience is. It was the largest civil disobedience action at the U.S. Capitol in history yesterday.
Wow.
We think it was probably over 500 people that were arrested. They didn't have enough buses to put everybody in. It took them hours to process everyone. And we sent a message to people around the country that we, the people, are taking the people's house back. And we sent a message to Congress that they have to do something about this, or we are going to disrupt business as usual until they listen to the people and take action.
And 100 more today, and it's supposed to be ongoing, right?
That's right. Every day this week, we're going to continue at least until next week. And I believe the way things are going, that this will be ultimately the largest civil disobedience action in our country of this 21st century. And it'll send a message that those who defend the corrupt status quo and refuse to join with the people and try to save our democracy, that they will pay an increasing political price.
It's an impressive turnout for sure. I want to ask you, Lee, since you were down on the ground today as just an ordinary citizen like so many other people who are down on the ground right now, did you feel like you disrupted this process? Did you feel like you disrupted what's going on at the Capitol and what's going on with our party elites?
Well, unfortunately, I think that protest, the police, the status quo has found ways to keep protest in a box and to make it sidelined, such as, you know, you got to get permission and things to protest in various ways. And Occupy, we saw, upended that. All of a sudden it got attention because people weren't used to dealing with people staying there. You're supposed to protest and leave. That's how it works. And this is doing it again, in that people are getting arrested again and again, and in numbers that we have never seen at the Capitol, at least not in recent years. And so it is a different form of a protest and civil disobedience than we've seen recently.
So people hear about a number of people being arrested and they're like, well, they must be breaking the law. What are they doing? But Kai, you are actually training people on how to participate in these movements. I understand that you guys have mass civil disobedience training 2 times a day. So how are we training the hundreds of people that are showing up for this cause to act in a manner that is responsible, even if it does end up in being cited?
Well, it's part of our responsibility to make sure people are prepared, right? To make sure they understand what we're going to do and what the potential legal consequences might be, why it's powerful, how you participate in a situation that might be scary or unfamiliar and maintain a nonviolent discipline so that no matter what happens, right, we maintain the moral high ground. That's what we prepare people to do. And we walk in a tradition of movements for, decades and centuries that have done this. But, the question about the status quo, I mean, it's not business as usual for hundreds of people to be arrested at the Capitol, right? And so what we're saying is that if they don't want to act, if they don't want to lift a finger to save our democracy, that they're going to have to send people to jail day after day. And that, I think, is going to draw attention. What is happening here? And people are going to take sides. Are they with everyday people that are stepping up to demand an equal voice, or are they with members of Congress who won't do anything to save our democracy, would rather send people to jail? And I think the answer to that is clear.
Is it relatively peaceful on both sides, whether it's the police doing these citations or the people that are on the steps?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it seems to be totally peaceful. There's a vibe of excitement amongst the protesters of we are standing up for what's important with our democracy, and the police have been fine from my view.
We are absolutely nonviolent. This is a peaceful movement. It's a movement of love, but we're also determined. And the police have been very respectful so far, and we hope that they will continue to. They shouldn't arrest us. They should stand with us. We said, join us. You're part of the 99%. You have a stake in this fight, too. And that's our message to others around the country. If you agree with us, as almost everyone does, you got to get to D.C., get on a bus, get on a train, get on a plane, join us, and make this thing even bigger.
I was wondering today with some of our colleagues where the outrage is and what's going on with the primary election right now, and it's at the Capitol. Kai Newkirk, Campaign Director for Democracy Spring, Lee Camp from Redacted Tonight's. Thank you all so much.
Great to be with you. Thank you.
I just marched 3 of the days. I joined in Baltimore, and I'm here because I care deeply about money in politics and the right to vote. What we see happening now is not a democracy. It's become an oligarchy, and it's time to clean up Congress. And even Congress wants to clean it up. Who wants to spend 75% of their time fundraising? That's not why they start doing this. So we're here to make some noise, to get the media, because this is the most underreported movement in America. 16 state legislatures have already called to overturn Citizens United, and we need to protect the right to vote. Even Representative Sensenbrenner thought the Voting Rights Act went too far when it was gutted. So let's get together, let's clean this up, let's make some solutions. Corporations are not people, money is not speech, and I also have this Money in Politics A to Z guide to show exactly how it's in it affects everything. So let's come together. We actually have a film called Pay to Play. It's pay2play.tv if you want to check it out. And let's fix this together. And we also have a 6-part solution to getting money out of politics, which includes voting rights, public financing of campaigns, full disclosure, which the Supreme Court assumed there would be disclosure, a constitutional amendment, ending gerrymandering. Half of the states have fair districting, but half do not, and free airtime. Elections cost so much because of the cost, and even Les Moonves says, the head of CBS says, super PACs are bad for America, but they're very good for CBS, and those are our public airwaves. So we have the solutions, we just have to make Congress act. So we're here today, and thank you so much. Join our movement.
Last week, one of Libya's rival governments announced it was stepping down in a move to give strength to the UN-brokered unity government, which arrived in Tripoli at the end of last month. The Tripoli-based National Salvation Government said it would step aside, declaring in a statement,
This is Dabu7. Want to share with you guys here a clip that was caught on camera by our Truth Bomb Network's Eric M. on the front lines down here at Democracy Spring as a cop exposes the paid protesting. And for all the people out there that don't want to believe it, you can hear it from the horse's mouth what they experience. Listen in.
You really think so?
Oh, no, they are. Guarantee you.
Seriously?
No, we work this protest every time. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. You'll see Bernie protesters, and you'll see the same exact protesters. They protest for the conflicting things.
Wow.
It's crazy. It's right there.
Yeah. There's actually there's a website, I forget the name of the website, where you can contract an audience.
Yeah, Craigslist does it too. Craigslist does out here in DC. They'll put announcements up looking for protesters they'll have almost going to do like $30 a day.
Wow.
Protest. And then they'll have them sign a contract saying they'll pay their bail or whatever to get them out of jail and stuff.
Wow.
Listen when they talk.
Greetings and salutations. The winds of protest have blown into Washington, D.C. this week as the Democracy Spring supporters have arrived on the steps of the nation's capital with a resounding cry to end the corporate and billionaire influence over the nation's politics and elections. And of course, they were met with police buses, zip ties, and arrests, which isn't that surprising given the U.S. government's love of the First Amendment. I'm being sarcastic there. But what is surprising is that according to the protesters, the zip ties and arrests are all part of their plan. You see, the Democracy Spring protest started in Philadelphia back on April 2nd at the historic Liberty Bell with the call and promise to bring the popular cry for change to Washington in a way that's impossible to ignore, with nonviolent civil disobedience on a historic scale. This began a 10-day march to Washington, D.C., and after 10 miles or 225 kilometers for our friends around the world, the thousands of protesters have now begun their historic sit-in on the steps of the Capitol. Cenk Uygur, the host of the Young Turks, who is taking part of the protest, told RT that the fight begins today. It doesn't mean we win today, but in the end, we always win. We won in civil rights, we won in women's rights, we won in gay rights, and we're going to win in getting back our democracy. From the Bernie Sanders campaign to Democracy Spring, it seems like progressive revolution is in the air, which is why it's an ideal time to start watching the Hawks.
If you want to know what's going on in your city, in your streets,
Never back down like Tyrell, and the truth is what you speak. To analyze, investigate from the bottom to the top. You speak your mind like Sean Stone, whether they like it or not. I got Tabitha, Miss Wallace, with the wisdom and the pearls. Between the outrage and the evidence, what's going on in this world?
Watching the Hawks, watching the Hawks, watching the Hawks. Listen when they talk.
Welcome, everybody, to Watching the Hawks. I am Tyrell Ventura, and joining me from New York City is Mr. Sean Stone. But first, RT correspondent Manila Chan spent the day at the Capitol covering the Democracy Spring and its protesters. So let's take a look at Manila at the Capitol.
Winding down here at Capitol Hill for the Democracy Spring protest. Been going on all morning since about 11 o'clock this afternoon. At least 1,000 or more protesters marched from Union Station all the way up to Capitol Hill. They all descended right upon the steps, and it wasn't long before Capitol Hill police separated the two. Those who refused to move staged a sit-in. Several hundred people sat down. Those were the people that basically volunteered or knew that they were basically asking to be arrested. The other half of the people came back to this side of the police line where I'm currently now standing. There's still several hundred people behind me here, but on the other side by the Capitol steps, those people, several hundred people now, all cleared away, plucked out one by one, hands tied by zip ties. Capitol Hill police came ready with stacks and stacks of those zip ties, along with a full-scale bus where they began to take protesters one by one, busload after busload, until the hundreds have now, just now, about 6 o'clock this evening, being all cleared away. We talked to lots of people throughout the day. They were here for a myriad of causes, ranging from non-GMO foods all the way to Occupy Wall Street, as well as campaign finance policy and overturning Citizens United. Take a listen to some of the people that we talked to earlier today.
We're here to fight and get corporate money out of government and to say that our vote counts. My vote, your vote, everybody's vote here counts.
What brought me here is this corrupting influence of money. What brought me here is the fact that the majority of the people in this country are asleep, being lied to on television daily, and it's time for the people to rise up and put an end to the corrupting influence of money in politics.
From the steps of Capitol Hill, Manila Chan, RT.
Oh, look at that, Sean. Like I said, the winds of protests are blowing through D.C. People getting arrested. In fact, there's reports that the amount of people arrested on the steps today, there's reports, people are saying that might be a record number for total arrests on the Capitol steps. What do you make of Democracy Spring? Do you think that, I believe there's supposed to be a week now, they're going to protest every day for an entire week. Do you think that they will enact the change that they're hoping for?
Well, it would be amazing to see a new form of Occupy Wall Street taking form in this Democracy Spring. Do we think that they will get certain of these acts passed that they're going for? I'm not sure that we'll necessarily see that, because I don't think that the turnout necessarily is strong enough. But on the whole, I think it's important that we're seeing young people who are out there, who are motivated, who are realizing that the system itself is corrupted, and it's things that we've talked about in the show before. Things like superdelegates in the state caucus, not in the caucuses of the states, basically being able to overthrow the gains of people like Bernie Sanders, for example. That's an overall problem that the system has to address. And frankly, I mean, we can discuss this further now, but I think that really there are certain things that have to be done as far as banning corporate donations in general. The fact that corporations should not be counted as people, and so the corporation should have no voice in the electoral process, because I think your father is famous for saying, if you're raising more money than you're making when you're actually in office, there's something wrong with the situation. Obviously, there's a certain corruption, right, going on here that we have to wonder what's in it for these corporations to benefit if they're paying for you to get into office.
Oh, you're exactly right, Sean. I mean, anybody who says that there's no influence from campaign donations, especially when you're talking about coming from, billionaires and corporate interests, I'm sorry, there's always going to be, that interest, because that's what keeps people elected. And I'm very excited to see this many people out in the streets. I think it's a good thing. They said it's nonviolent. nonviolent. It's the way you properly do civil disobedience. And that was what really struck me, is they knew what they're getting into. They wanted to be arrested on the steps because that brings attention. Now, sadly, unless I missed it, I didn't see much corporate media covering this today, which doesn't shock us here watching the Hawks, but it's definitely always interesting. Some of the things that you mentioned, Sean, they're looking, there's 4 bills right now apparently in front of Congress that they all want to get passed. The Voting Rights Advancement Act, which would restore the protections against the voting discrimination that was struck down by the Supreme Court. The Voter Empowerment Act, that's legislation to modernize voting registration. We all know we could use that, because I'm sorry, the voting is archaic in this country and how we do it. The Democracy for All Amendment, which is a constitutional amendment that would overturn Citizens United. And then finally, you have the Government by the People Act and Fair Elections Now Act, which is a small donor empowerment measure that would encourage and amplify small contributions from everyday Americans. It's pretty incredible. I think these 4 things, at least right now, they sound like they might get the job done. And I think this kind of pressure is always important to put on politicians and make your voices out there known and heard. I can't agree with that more. It's interesting, too. You had some celebrities out there. You had Mark Ruffalo's out there, Lawrence Lessig, Talib Kweli, Cenk Uygur. So it's getting a lot of coverage from a lot of different people. It's good stuff, no?
Absolutely. I mean, you mentioned the Voter Empowerment Act to basically allow for more people's access to ballot boxes. I think ultimately we got to move towards the digitization of the ballot box, the idea of accessing it through your online, through your computer, the way that you can access your bank now. If you can access a bank, you should be able to access a ballot box. That'll definitely democratize the process. But beyond the democratizing the process, as we mentioned, and taking corporations out of that as far as their campaign contributions are concerned, I think ultimately we got to move towards ending political parties in general, because this is the end. This is a real problem, just as far as the democratic process goes, right? As we've seen, is they've taken over. We've got to maybe one day see the end of political parties, and everyone just runs their own campaign. And if you have a good idea, you get elected. If you don't, people don't like you. You don't make it.
Definitely. All right. Well, let's move on. Back in October, The Guardian released a detailed report on a so-called black site used by the Chicago Police Department known as Homan Square. The report revealed that from August 2004 to June of 2015, the Chicago PD had detained nearly 7,000 individuals at the site. Of those 7,000, 6,000 were African American. And while The Guardian also reported on cases of abuse within the facility, the Chicago PD firmly denied any of these claims. Well, now, thanks to the Freedom of Information Act filed by The Guardian, new data reveals that the Chicago police were in fact involved in a number of abuse cases against individuals at Homan Square. Documents relating to at least 14 men indicate cases of physical abuse at the site. Several documents show hospitalization records and a series of what the Chicago PD calls tactical response reports. The reports detail cases of physical abuse and were all reviewed by superior officers in the department. Within the reports is information about the tactics used by the Chicago PD, including taserings, chokings, physical beatings, and coercing prisoners into denying the abuses they suffered. So, will the Chicago PD, already under investigation for Laquan McDonald, finally be held to account for yet another series of scathing revelations? What do you think, Sean? Will this finally bring them to task?
Well, that's a question you got to ask for Rahm Emanuel, right? The mayor of Chicago, because ultimately I think the ball is in his court. The evidence is now predominantly against the PD, the Chicago Police Department, and frankly, beyond Emanuel, maybe even Obama, because that was his home turf. Don't forget, he was the senator from Illinois. That Chicago was his home turf, and Rahm Emanuel was formerly his chief of staff. I think it's time for Obama to step up, act like the president, acknowledge these abuses occurred, and basically say that the justice will be done, and ensure that that's the policy. Is if we're basically, Obama's apologized for torture on behalf of the CIA in the past. So if that's really your belief, then recognize that this is torture. If they want to call it enhanced interrogation techniques, fine. You can play legal words if you want. But at the end of the day, we have to acknowledge this and bring justice to the police department, and as well as and bring justice on behalf of the people that were harmed, the thousands of men and women who were harmed in the process of this terrible abuse.
Exactly. You got to remember that they were brought to the facility for unknown charges and held against their wills, which is really ridiculous. I mean, this is a truly a black site. We hear about CIA black sites. This is truly a black site on American soil that was run by local police. And that to me is one of those things where when you don't hold people accountable at the top, when you don't hold the CIA accountable for torturing, it trickles down. It tells everybody else, hey, guess what? We can get away with this. That's what you see. That's what I think takes place when you see these black sites. I think it's clearly a case when you look at the numbers. Race was clearly an issue there. When you look at 6,000 were African American of the 7,000 that were held there, that's incredible. And when you look at the abuses, aggressive handcuffing, choking, tasering, beatings, knee elbow strikes, baton blows, punches, this is not what law enforcement should be doing at all. I don't care how bad the crime rate gets. This is above and over the line, and it definitely, I think like Sean said it, I think it's time for the Justice Department to step in, Obama and the higher-ups to step in. Well, Sean, thank you very much for coming on today. Always a pleasure. As we go to break, Hawk Watchers, don't forget to let us know what you think of the topics we've covered on Facebook and Twitter. See our full shows at RT.com, and for exclusive behind-the-scenes Hawks coverage, download the app RT plugin, which is available on iTunes and Google Play. Coming up, Julia Azari, Associate Professor of Political Science at Marquette University, will show Tabitha Wallace what history can teach us about the splitting up of political parties. And Sean Stone sits down with the controversial ecologist Patrick Moore to discuss his views on the rising tides of climate change. Stay tuned to Watching the Hawks.
I'm Tom Hartman, and I'll give you what the mainstream media can't, the big picture.
There's been no charges filed.
And when you question more, you find what you're looking for. This is the legislative branch of the We'll go deeper, investigate, and debate, all so you can get the big picture.
For decades, the American middle class has been railroaded by Washington politics.
Eric is on the line. Eric is originally from Peoria, Illinois. And Eric, I understand you just got arrested here in Washington, D.C.?
Yeah.
Hey, Eric.
Yeah, hi, Tom.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm well. You're on the air. How are you? Where are you? How were you treated? What's going on?
Well, everyone's been great. All the police have been great. It was a great rally walking Capitol building, and then I'm currently being detained right next to the Capitol building. Mm-hmm. And people are singing right now, happy birthday. I'm actually standing right next to Lee Camp. I don't know if you know him.
I do know Lee. Yeah, he does a great show.
Yes. Yeah. So he got arrested right with me.
Oh, how cool.
So everyone's been great. Everyone protesting has done, we're not getting too much coverage, I don't think, but
you're getting no coverage. That's the thing that's astonishing. If 400 Tea Partiers had shown up, if 400 Trump followers had shown up, if 400,
I know.
It's more than 400 who showed up, but it was 400 who got arrested yesterday. I don't know what the numbers are like today. Is the crowd today about the same size as yesterday? Is it growing? Is it shrinking? What's going on, Eric?
Well, I wasn't here yesterday, but I can say that got arrested today. It's probably between 50 and 100 that I can see right now.
Yeah.
So not as many as yesterday, but
it's still rolling along.
It's still a considerable amount.
Yeah.
And, the reason why they're not covering us is because they have an interest in not covering us. It's a financial incentive not to, so.
Right. If we got money out of politics, that $2, $3, $4, $5 billion that is going to get spent in the next 8 or 9 months on this campaign is all going to end up in the pockets of the corporate media. So why would they ever want to cover a story that is saying get money out of politics? That's their money from their point of view.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for your program, Tom. I actually learned about this about Democracy Spring through it. So glad to be participating and helping out, hopefully bringing democracy back.
Cool. Well, Eric, thank you, and thanks for listening. I'm glad our show was informational, and keep us up to date on how you're doing. Okay.
All right. Thanks, Tom.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Eric, and say hi to Lee for me. Lee Camp does a show called Redacted tonight on RT every Thursday night, and it's or maybe it plays on Fridays. I think they record it on Thursdays, but it's a great show. He's a comedian, And he's a really smart comedian, Lee Camp is. He's one of those guys. Watch this man's career. He's going to go places.
To watch more clips from our programs, hit the Watch More Videos button over here. And please
Welcome to the Real News Network. I'm Jessica Devereaux coming to you from Capitol Hill. We are here on the second day of Democracy Spring. The message that these protesters are saying today is that they want to get the corrupting influence of money out of politics. We're now joined by Derek Cressman. He's one of the protesters who was actually arrested yesterday in that massive sit-in. More than 400 people arrested, Derek. Can you just talk about what happened actually after you were arrested and loaded on that bus?
Well, it was a great experience. People's spirits were high. The police were very professional and courteous. You know, they zip-tied our arms, so it was a little bit uncomfortable. But they just took us on a bus and took us about a mile away and processed us, which took a while. But then they just issued us tickets and a $50 ticket. And after about 4 or 5 hours, we were released.
So you never had to be in a cell or a holding pen or anything like that?
No, it was not a scary experience. We weren't put in cells. The Capitol Police are really used to dealing with political protests, and it was an experience that I think most people would feel very comfortable doing.
Great. And Derek, I know you were also involved in helping select the 4 bills that people here are pushing for Congress to pass. Can we just talk about those 4 specific bills and why them specifically?
Sure. Well, one of the key demands is to pass a constitutional amendment that would overturn the Supreme Court's ruling in Citizens United and allow for mandatory and equal limits on campaign spending and campaign contributions. In the meantime, there's legislation in Congress right now that would enhance the role of small donors by matching small contributions with public funds so that grassroots candidates for Congress could compete with the super PACs until we can put limits on those super PACs. There's legislation in Congress to shine a light on the dark money that has come about both before and after the Citizens United ruling. And finally, Congress needs to act immediately to restore the damage to the Voting Rights Act that was done by the Roberts Court when they gutted Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. And we've already seen voter suppression laws sweep across the country as a result of that. So there are lots of things we need to do to fix democracy, but those are the key demands of this march that we want to see Congress take action on right now.
And let's just get more specific. So Section 5, what did it exactly do, and why is that so important for it to be restored?
Yeah, Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act required states that had a history of voter suppression through Jim Crow laws going back hundreds of years when they made changes in their election laws to clear those with the federal government. So, for example, Arizona was once one of those states, and they made recent changes to their election laws that resulted in many fewer polling places in this primary, and some people had to wait in line 4 or 5 hours to vote in Arizona. That would not have happened when Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act was in full effect, and that's why we need to restore that to make sure that everybody has an equal and fair opportunity to cast a vote and have that vote counted.
So some folks will look at this demonstration and certainly say that, hey, this is a step in a positive direction, but look at folks like Bernie Sanders, who's operating in the current system and still able to get quite a lot of money. We're talking about $27 on average, small donations, but he's fundraising. His fundraising has been really historical. So is there really a need to go about this type of change if you could just maybe inject more energy into grassroots movements?
Yeah, it's exciting and encouraging to see what Senator Sanders has been able to do in terms of small donors in his campaign, but we're not seeing that in campaigns for Congress. And I think the reality is that ordinary people can only afford to contribute to a few campaigns each year. They can't contribute to a presidential campaign, a U.S. Senate campaign, a congressional campaign, state legislative campaigns. You know, we just can't keep pace with the millionaires and billionaires. So we're finding a few occasions where people are coming together, but what we need to do is make sure that every election and every candidate is funding their race through small donors, not just the one exception to that rule.
All right, Derek, thank you so much for talking with us. I know you're going to be up there on that stage later on today, and we'll certainly catch up with you later on.
Fantastic. Thank you.
All right. So we are continuing our coverage, as I said, of this 5-day sit-ins here on Capitol Hill. We are going to have speeches that we're going to be bringing to you. There are going to be marchers, similar to yesterday, going to the steps of Capitol Hill, risking arrest. Certainly the numbers here today aren't as large as they were yesterday, but as I said earlier, 400 people were arrested yesterday, and it's very possible that we'll see hundreds of people potentially be arrested today as well. I want to bring in another protester, Bo King. Bo, thanks so much.
Thanks for having me, Jessica.
So, Bo, you actually came all the way from Albuquerque, New Mexico to be here.
I did.
Can you discuss why it was so important for you to join this movement?
I want to preface this by saying my voice is out from yelling, so apologies. I came all the way down here because 2 years ago, Princeton found that we were more of an oligarchy than a democracy. I'm here because it's the unspoken secret that money is the oil for the machine, and it's very rare in our lifetimes where we have a silver bullet for an issue, and this seems to be the one. Anything that annoys you or frustrates you about politics probably has its roots in the corruption of money in politics. Anything you can think of can be traced back to that almost. And we recognize that, and we want to attack that, and we're doing it in a responsible manner.
So essentially, if I'm understanding correctly, it's that you can't even get other issues addressed in Congress because of the influence of money in politics. So you have to really deal with this root problem of reforming campaign finance. Is that right?
That's precisely right. If you have a virus, do you want a doctor that treats the symptoms, or do you want a doctor that treats the virus itself? And so we are the latter. I mean, what's the point of putting in new representatives in our legislature if the system that incentivizes them to accept legal bribes, if it's still in place, we're just jumping through the hoops for nothing?
Bo, you were also arrested yesterday.
I was, yeah.
Can you talk a bit about your experience?
Yeah, absolutely. I realize you guys in the media didn't really get a chance to see us. Basically, at the point we got arrested, I first want to say that the officers were amazing. They were unexpectedly sweet and unexpectedly understanding, and it really took me back. I got to chat with many of them. There was an understanding that we are going to not present a threat to them, and we're not going to make their jobs hard, and they have a job to do. So
I remember you guys even chanting, "Police are the 99%."
Absolutely they are. Look at their paychecks. They won't tell you, but they're just like our paychecks. They suffer from the same systemic corruption that we do. Unfortunately, their occupation is to be the enforcers for that, and we recognize we recognize they're stuck in that too. So we're here. We're a voice for them. If they joined us here, they could possibly lose our jobs. I talked to a lot of sympathetic officers yesterday. So yeah, I was super impressed. So what happened is they took us and they put us into some large buses, and the buses were well accommodated and very comfortable. They took us down to a warehouse, a small warehouse. They set up 3 large sections of chairs, and they were prepared for us. They had a lot of officers there who were ready to process us. They went as quickly as possible, and to their credit, we had contacted them and let them know that there'd be approximately 200 arrests, and the unofficial count from the officer I spoke to about an hour ago, he said 430. So they had the accommodations for 200. They were understandably overwhelmed, more than twice what they expected. So they had the opportunity and the potential to get testy and get angry with us, and they didn't. And so that speaks a lot to their integrity.
Okay, so now it's day 2. Are you risking arrest again today?
Not today. I need to get some sleep. My voice is dying. I'm going to risk arrest tomorrow, though. We're trying to strategically plan second arrest because the repercussions of being arrested escalate per arrest. And so while there's some of us who are okay with the second escalation, which is spending a night in jail, we want to be smart about how we utilize that. So what we're trying to do is we're hoping a lot of people will want to be arrested today for the first time, and then we want to combine with them for multiple second arrests tomorrow. I believe we are marching for the environment tomorrow. So that's sort of an inside baseball, behind the scenes kind of thing.
Got it. I was going to say, so second arrest, night in jail. What about third arrest?
I wasn't told that. So when we got arrested, it's basically a catch and release, and they charge us $50, and that was it. And then they said if you get arrested again, you will spend the night in jail. You will get a court date, and you'll be expected to come back. So that there is severe enough to deter a lot of people, but I'm not one of them. So
I was going to say, Bo, there are folks going to be watching this and wanting to maybe participate, or they're on the fence. Is there a message you would have for those people?
Yes, you are us, we are you. This is what democracy looks like. This is what our founding fathers envisioned, this exact movement, when they put the ability for us to do this. And this is exactly, if they were alive today, they would be proud of this. And we want you here, we need you here, you need you here, and you're not alone. There's a lot of passionate, loving people here, and we're here for the 99%.
All right, Bo King.
Jessica, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being with us. All right, so we are continuing our coverage here on Capitol Hill for Democracy Spring. This is day 2. This is going to run for at least 5 days. Sit-ins being planned. It's going to be nonstop. If you followed us yesterday, you would have seen that there were more than 400 people arrested on the steps of Capitol Hill. It was unprecedented, certainly in our century. Some Capitol Police officers saying that never before in the history have they ever had to arrest that many people in a sit-in for that kind of demonstration. We're joined by another protester for those just joining us here at Democracy Spring. Today it's about elders and why it's so important for elders to be a part of this movement. Hi, I'm Jessica Devereaux.
Jessica, I'm Jean Johnson from Washington, D.C.
Jean, thank you so much for being with us. So Jean, can you just tell us, why are you here today?
I'm here because I want corporate money out of politics. I want to extend voting rights to everyone. It's a precious gift in our democracy, and one person should have one vote count for them. So that's why I've come, and for future generations. These are my grandchildren.
Okay. Oh, these are your grandchildren. So you're marching for them today as well?
Yes.
Okay. So in particular, is there an issue that you feel like is not being addressed by Washington, and really campaign finance reform is what's blocking it?
Well, of course, it's overturning Citizens United. Mm-hmm. That has to happen in our Supreme Court. And it's happening. I think it'll happen at the state level first. They'll overturn Citizens United, and then the Supreme Court will move.
I see you're wearing armband. Yesterday, folks who were wearing armbands were risking arrest. Are you one of those people today?
Yes.
And have you ever been arrested for civil disobedience?
No, I've been in civil disobedience in the 60s for civil rights, and I have undervalued advocacy for the last 50 years of my life, and I'm making up for it now.
When you say undervalued, what do you mean by that?
In the 60s, it all looked so good. There was women's rights, Peace Corps. I went to Columbia. We marched against the war. There weren't going to be wars. People were going to go in the Peace Corps instead. I got to go and study for a PhD. I just felt like women's rights, civil rights. Vatican II happened in the Catholic Church and brought the church 400 years forward. We used to not be able to say that people have a right to their own religion. And finally, there was religious liberty acknowledged. You cannot force somebody to believe something. It has to be their own faith. So the 60s all looked so good. It was like, I thought, everything's going to go along.
Yeah,
fine.
Progress would just continue.
Exactly. That's how I felt. And to my shame, I just dropped the ball. Didn't do anything. Credentialed myself, kept busy myself. And now I see, for these children and grandchildren. What have we come to?
And that's why you're here today, to fight and, like you said, reclaim that voice, that spirit of the 60s, and be out here and risk arrest. That is very, very honorable. Some people would definitely say to be here. Are you at all afraid? How do you feel?
I am not at all afraid. I think throughout my life, I would always want to do things properly. Propriety was a big deal. And I'm not afraid of anything anymore. Arrest? It's on your resume? What difference does that make?
Yeah. What would your message be to folks who might be watching this? Maybe they're on the fence about joining Democracy Spring, or what would you say to them?
I think for Americans, I would say don't assume that we are living in a democracy. We have to recapture it. We have to reclaim it, and we have to strengthen it. Don't be passive, but do what you can in your local community to, for better schools, for the homeless, for whatever issues are in your community. Start to organize to help each other.
Jean, thank you so much for being with us. Hopefully we'll catch up with you later.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. So you just heard several protesters, some risking arrest, others who were arrested yesterday. As we said, this is day 2 of Democracy Spring on Capitol Hill. 430 people were arrested yesterday after staging a sit-in on the Capitol building steps. We also have another protester with us. Hi, I'm Jessica Devereaux.
Hi, I'm Barry Knight.
Barry, nice to meet you. So, Barry, were you arrested yesterday?
No, I was not arrested yesterday. I'm here in support. I don't plan on getting arrested until the Democratic National Convention.
Okay, so you're going to be staging a protest there. Can you be more specific? What about?
About the DNC specifically? Well, real quick, I mean, our elections are auctions now. We have bought elections. We see that the RNC is doing everything in their power to stop Trump, which I'm kind of glad they are. But by the same token, the DNC is doing everything in their power to stop Bernie Sanders. So we basically have two people that represent, I guess, the people rather than the oligarchy or the plutocracy that our governments become. So this is actually a three-way race. This race is not between the Democrats and the Republicans. This race is between the people and the oligarchy, the plutocracy, whatever you want to call them. And unfortunately, the people are divided. You get half the people following Trump, half the people following Bernie, and the other half, yeah, I know that's 3 halves, are glued to that establishment. They support these corporate-owned parties that have sold their allegiance out to the highest bidder years ago. But I think more and more Americans are waking up to the fact that our government no longer represents us, and that's why we're here at Democracy Spring, to change. Because unless we reclaim our democracy, we're going to continue to operate as a plutocracy.
Yeah, and I'll just add that Pew has had many polls on this issue. Democrats and Republicans both poll over 80% that this is a major issue for them, campaign finance reform and the influence of money in politics. So this certainly goes across the aisle.
It does. It is not a partisan issue by any stretch of the imagination. This is an American issue. I just want to add Princeton University, Ivy League school, these geniuses, these scholars at Princeton did a study a few years ago, and they wanted to determine exactly what type of government exists in the United States. And what they discovered was that America is not a democracy. By all definitions, America has become a plutocracy. Unfortunately, many Americans are still asleep and haven't woken up to that. And I hope Democracy Spring goes a long way into waking up people that are still in their slumber thinking, okay, I'm going to vote for either an R or a D and they're going to represent me. Yeah, we go to the ballot box every 4 years and we cast our vote with somebody for an R or a D after their name, and as soon as they get into office, what do? They forget their allegiance they have to the people that elected them and sell their allegiance off to the highest bidder, be it Goldman Sachs, Monsanto, Walmart, you name it. But that's who owns and operates this country, our multinational corporations.
Barry, there are 4 bills that Democracy Spring is asking Congress to pass.
Yes.
Are you familiar with those bills?
Well, one of them, we have to got a constitutional amendment to overturn Citizens United and get rid of the McCutcheon versus the FEC as well. I mean, Citizens United said, okay, corporations are people. You know, I won't believe that until we see one of those corporations executed. But McCutcheon took the cap on what these people could donate. So now we have unlimited amounts of money where nobody knows where it's coming from, going into these super PACs and funding these elections. Those aren't elections, those are auctions. We have to have one person, one vote. It's that simple.
Okay, and what about this idea, because it looks like you're a Bernie Sanders supporter. I see 2 pins here. And he's done very well on a grassroots level, being able to galvanize small donors, averaging, I think, about $27 a piece. So folks might say, you know, maybe you need to inject more energy into that aspect of fundraising, grassroots level.
Well, I'm glad he's being able to raise the amount of money he has, and he has a legitimate shot at getting the nomination. By the same token, though, I think we need publicly funded elections, okay, rather than just money buying elections. Okay, candidates, if you're a candidate for the highest office in the land, great. All the presidential candidates should get equal airtime to be able to deliver their message. But instead, we see our elections devolved into just entertainment value about who has the largest penis or whose wife is not respectable, and it's absolutely absurd. They don't want to talk about the issues. It's a sideshow and a distraction.
So this one of the bills talks about getting donor matches for small donations. Essentially, the government would match individual small donations. Are you for that, or would you prefer just public campaign financing all across the board?
I mean, this is my personal opinion. I'd rather have just publicly funded campaigns across the board. I mean, if you're running for a federal office, great. You're going to have X amount of time on the air to deliver your message to the people, and then the people can decide when they go to the ballot box.
Okay. Are you going to be here for the next few days?
I'm going to be here at least until the weekend. Then I have to go up to New York because, as we all know, there are primaries next Tuesday.
Yes. Okay. Barry, thank you so much for
you.
talking with us. All right. Okay, so we are continuing our coverage here on Capitol Hill for Democracy Spring. I'm Jessica Devereaux here. We're going to be bringing you speeches. We're going to be bringing you some of the march. We'll bring you arrests potentially. There are several, more than several. I've at least heard of dozens of people who will be risking arrest today. Certainly not the numbers like yesterday. We saw more than 400 people get arrested on the steps of the Capitol building. But we'll certainly have that coverage for you later in the day. This is Jessica Devereaux coming to you from Capitol Hill. We'll see you soon. Hi.
To hire the called the Mayday PAC. Called the Mayday PAC, where Mayday comes from the distress call. Mayday, a Mayday on this democracy, is to build really a super PAC that will engage in the election cycle of 2014 and in 2016 with the ultimate objective of getting a Congress in 2016 committed to fundamental reform. And this project we began by basically hiring a firm a couple years ago to make a calculation. What would it cost to win a Congress committed to fundamental reform? And the most important insight they had was that we had to run a campaign in 2014 that basically terrified Congress by winning in at least 5 seats on this issue in a way that made it clear that if you raised this issue before the American people, they would act on it. So that's what we're in the middle of right now. And we did this Kickstarter campaign to raise $1 million in 30 days, and we crossed that line in 13 days.
Wow.
And now we're in a second campaign, a much more, maybe too much more ambitious campaign of raising $5 million in 30 days. And with that and some matches, we'll have the funds necessary to hire the firms to run these campaigns.
So how would you envision allocating, using this money, deploying this money?
So this is a super PAC. It's an evil super PAC, right? And we're sort of embracing the irony of using a super PAC for the purpose ultimately of ending all super PACs. So as a super PAC, we have to act independently of campaigns. So basically, we're going to hire campaign shops, ideally on the in the Democratic side and on the Republican side, that will get into races and run campaigns, run a ground operation if that made sense, basically do whatever makes sense to win. Now, we're eager to begin to push the development of new technologies that bring new people into politics. That's going to be an essential part of winning here. But in the short term, for 2014, the objective is to win. And if we can win in a dramatic way in at least 5 of these seats, then I think we set ourselves up for a much bigger impact in 2016.
And when you say win, that would be supporting candidates who promise, once they get to Congress, to institute public financing of campaigns?
Who have committed to co-sponsor what we call fundamental reform, but all of the things we've pointed to are basically different versions of small dollar public funded campaigns. It's critical, of course, to build the base in the Democratic Party, but even more importantly, we've got to find a way to get Republicans on this side of the fight, because this kind of reform is so fundamental that it cannot happen if it's partisan. If it's partisan, it will be certain to be defeated.
Given that relatively small amount of money that you have compared with the kinds of super PACs that the Koch brothers and others can fund, don't you worry that you know, I mean, the last election cycle was $2.5 billion, that in terms of the percentage of money spent, it's relatively insignificant?
Yeah, so in 2014, we're in 5 races. We hope to have about $2 million in each race. That's a pretty significant amount of money in those races.
Which races?
We haven't announced them yet.
Oh.
We haven't determined them finally yet. It'll be a function of where the numbers sit.
Are these Senate or House?
House.
House.
Mainly House. We're toying with the idea. There are 2 very interesting Senate races. South Dakota, Larry Pressler, who was a Republican but now is running as an independent, and he's famous, of course, because he was the one member of Congress who blew the whistle on the ab scam scandal. So he's a very interesting candidate to think about supporting. And in New Hampshire, there's a really wonderful Republican who openly embraces public funding, who's running against Scott Brown, and that might be another interesting race to get into at the Senate level. But the main races we've been looking at are at the House level, and so that's a significant amount of money in a House race. And I think what we've seen, for example, in the Eric Cantor surprise, is that if the message is right and it resonates with people in a way that I think this message does.
I ask, what purples, what yellows, what purples murmur, what flames will rise to meet the others? Oh no, okay, oh I got it.
Democracy Spring. I'm so sorry. Democracy Spring. There's so much going on here. There are at least 100 people here. Yesterday we covered one of the largest sit-ins that is completely unprecedented on Capitol Hill. 430 people were arrested on the steps. We have speeches that are going on right now. There's a rally, and eventually there are going to be at least dozens of people that are going to risk arrest here on Capitol Hill. Let's cut to the speeches so you can get a sense of what folks are talking about here at Democracy Spring.
I know the pulse of a living thing. I know the pulse of a living thing. I can feel a season turning in my bones. Every morning I rise to meet the sunlight as it rallies us. Every hour I ask, how shall I grow from this my soil? What yellows, what purples murmur, what sap flows, what flames will rise to meet the others in the garden, in the forest where we now breathe. Oh, people. Oh, people. Is there anything else to want? Any other desire to consume us than this longing to lift and find ourselves in the daylight, waving victory flags, singing triumph songs? Every day I wake, I want to know, is this the day democracy blossoms?
We are welcoming Frances Moore LePay, an incredible author and truth teller of our generation, with so much pleasure. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. This last week of the march, yesterday was the best day of my life. I want to tell you why. Okay, you know Diet for a Small Planet, but I kept asking the next question. I finally got to the biggest question. Why are we creating together a world that none of us as individuals want? Oh, what are we thinking? So I finally figured it out. We big-brained creatures, we don't see the world as it is. We see it through filters, and we have been looking through a faulty filter. It is a filter of lack. It's a filter of lack. We don't see enough of anything, especially we don't trust ourselves. We don't see the goodness in ourselves. And so we end up creating systems that bring out the very worst. What democracy has always meant to me is it is the essence of our best humanity. It is a way that we can meet the three essential needs of our species: the need for connection with one another and the earth, the need for meaning and purpose in our lives, and the need for power, for voice. We die without those three basic needs, and we know so. Democracy is at the core. We need democracy to achieve that. And so we can only achieve this as we unite. And yesterday, the spirit of this march was not just about blaming the people who've corrupted our home. It was the spirit of taking responsibility as citizens. We are stepping up. We are taking responsibility. It is our house, as we said yesterday. It is our democracy. That was the spirit in which we marched. That's why it was the best day of my life. So this is not a set of events of a couple weeks. This is not a step. It is a big step. It is a big new step. Because I'm 72 years old. I've lived through the 60s. I know, I was part of the war on poverty. I organized for welfare rights. And we had the wind at our backs of the civil rights movement, of the women's movement, certainly the anti-poverty movement and more. And yet we were all in our distinct cause, our passion causes. Today, what is so new and what makes me cry is that we are now creating a canopy of hope over all of our movements. It is a canopy of hope of true democracy, a movement of movements, a movement of movements that cannot be stopped. So we are bringing together all of our issue passions, all generations. Even my granddaughters were saying, "Granny, you really walked 100 miles?" Yes. So we are all generations, and so we are building on all that we have done, and we are moving toward democracy as the essence of what it means to be human. And so, as we do this, we have to learn to rethink fear, as that pounding heart is just telling us that we have to understand that pounding heart as inner applause for all that we are doing. And because the way we change ourselves is doing that which before we believed to be impossible. And that's why yesterday, that's why the walk. Thank you all who organized that walk. It was transformative. And so I would like to just say that as we discover our civil courage together,
We can do that which before we believed to be impossible. We know now we can do this. I will end with the words that have hung on my wall since 1975. Hope cannot be said to exist, nor can it be said not to exist, for it is like the roads across the earth. In the beginning, there were no roads, but when many people pass one way, a road is made. Yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Chance. George, what's your last name?
Ripley. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I've been told by my dear partner that I have welcomed the elders who are in their 50s and 60s.
Hi, so we are here with George Ripley. George, so many names today. So George, you are actually risking arrest and you will be being a part of the sit-in today.
Yeah.
Can you just talk about why campaign finance reform is such an important issue to you?
Well, it's actually, campaign finance reform has been the motivation for a lot of people to join this movement. It's a hot issue. You know, bribery is obviously wrong, and that's what's going on. But if we fix the problems with big money in politics, and we don't fix the rest while we've got this civic power, we're building a huge movement here. And if we let that energy go before we fix the rest of our democracy, we'll still have a broken democracy at the end. So,
and when you say the rest, so people understand, what are we talking about?
We're talking about the gerrymandering thing. There are private interests chiseling away at the foundation of our democracy in every area. Gerrymandering has to do with, you know, districts and perpetuating the incumbencies. Ballot access means who gets on the ballot, and they're always making that harder and harder to do. Ballot initiatives are only possible in 25 states because other states don't have those regulations codified to empower the people. Voter Tuesday is an awkward day for people to get to the ballot box. Why do we vote on, why don't we make that a national holiday? There's a dozen major issues. These computerized voting machines. We should be voting on paper ballots with hand counting. That's what we've done for years, and they do it in Canada. We don't need instant results. We need truthful and honest results, and we need to be able to verify those results, not with proprietary codes in the back, you know, the back trap doors in the back of these computers that can be manipulated. So we need to build a movement that will cover all of these issues before we let the movement rest. So this movement is, I'm excited because this is 12 years after, 15 years after I came to town to do this. I came with Granny D and helped pave the way for her. But, you know, we're still fighting this fight. Come on now. It's time we win. And then, once we've accomplished this, we can rest a little bit. But every so often, I suggest every 12 years, we come back and we reassess the state of our democracy, because it's always being chiseled away at it by the foundation, at the foundations, by those private interests that don't want the people to be empowered.
Can you be more specific about private interests? Because I think folks hear words like oligarch, plutocracy, things of that nature, and there's not really a face sometimes to place them.
You know, the pollution of our air, the pollution of our rivers. These are the manufacturers and industrialists that are mainly culpable for doing that. They don't want laws that prevent them from externalizing those costs, you know, on the backs of the American people. And so, they're always looking to cut costs. They're always looking to undermine the regulations that we, the people, that are in the benefit of we, the people. And so that's why, you know, the woodlands get cut, clear cut, and the profits from the mining industries, you know, are ripped out with very little return to the people. So the special interests are those that are taking advantage of the commonwealth. Okay, there's a reason Virginia and Massachusetts are called Commonwealth states, because back then they understood that there was such a thing as commonwealth, the wealth that we all owned as the people.
Gotcha. Part of today is also looking at elders and their issues, and they're really at the forefront of these sit-ins today. Why does it matter so much at this time of your life to be a part of a movement like this?
Well, this is my life's work, fixing democracy. We want a world that works for everyone. We want social justice. As a matter of fact, social justice is our central organizing principle. That, you might say that's the flagpole around which we're united. Social justice is labor rights, health care, education, the environment, a healthy environment. Global trade is a social justice issue. So we're trying to build a world that works for everyone. And the way we fix things in America is at the ballot box. We fix things by electing people who represent us. These people up here are not even representative of us. And they're millionaires. They're taking advantage of the system, and they're not being statesmen. They're not representing our interests as a people. And so I'll be working on this until the day I die, and because I want to see a world. I want to live in a democracy someday, and I want to live in a world where social justice is the central organizing principle.
And you're still optimistic about that being a reality one day?
Well, history goes in like a sine wave. It goes up and down. At the end of my life, I want to be I want to have contributed to seeing that on the upstroke,
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. George, thank you so much for being with us.
You bet.
And hopefully we'll catch up with you later in the day. Good. All right. So we are going to cut to a speech happening right now. It looks like he's holding some money, and hopefully you guys will be able to catch what's being said.
We can work out an arrangement.
Okay, folks, so we really are going to get marching. And I have to say, this is a very collaborative effort. So we are working it out in the very moment that I'm standing here. But my friend David is going to do a song with Jane. What happened to Jane? Yeah, come on up. Jane's going to help us do this song. It's called We're Marching for Our Grandchildren. And I've been hearing I don't have the tune right, so I'm getting some tune helpers. What's your ahead? Okay. So once again, the words to the song is we're marching for our grandchildren. And we're marching for all the grandchildren, not our own personal grandchildren, but all the children and grandchildren in the world that are with us today and in the years to come. Ready? We are marching for our grandchildren. 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 We are marching, marching, we are marching, woo-hoo. We are marching for our grandchildren. We are marching, marching, we are marching, woo. We are marching for our grandchildren. We are marching for democracy. 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 We are marching, marching, we are marching, whoa, we are marching for democracy. We are marching, marching, we are marching, woo, we are marching for democracy. What? We are marching for justice. 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 We are marching, marching, we are marching. Please start marching. Start. Turn around and start marching.
Go, guys. Let's do this.
Marching. lead us now in the march. Okay, everybody. Our song leaders will lead, but this is the moment to start marching for justice, for democracy, for our children and grandchildren.
Yes, I'm ready. All right, we are back here on Capitol Hill. This is Jessica Devereaux. I'm joined now by Lee Camp. Lee, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
So, Lee, you're here as just a private citizen, but you do have a show on RT and all of that. I think for a lot... Comedy show, yes, yes. I think for a lot of people, they understand campaign finance and on a macro level. But I want to get in to talk about specifics and how we see it translate in Washington, because you're based here in Washington, D.C. Yeah. How does it actually look like on the ground here?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's an endless list of specifics. For example, Elizabeth Warren spoke about how Hillary Clinton backed down on the bankruptcy bill that took away people's right to declare bankruptcy in a lot of instances. And she backed down, even though she said she supported it. Once she became a senator, she backed down because she was getting a lot of money and continues to get a lot of money from the big banks, Goldman Sachs and all of them. And you see it in the votes. You see it in the votes for Monsanto, the Dark Act, which recently barely lost in the Senate. But the reason there are so many votes for something that does not allow labeling across the country is because Monsanto is funding these people's campaigns. Yeah. And they know that, and they know and sometimes it's just the threat. Sometimes a corporation comes in and says, hey, it's not that we're going to take away a lot of money or give a lot of money, but we're going to give a lot of money to your opponent if you don't back us on this bill, and you are losing your next election. And a lot of these representatives, they're up for election every 2 years. They constantly need money.
Yeah, and people don't realize that. Senators are definitely more established. Representatives every 2 years. You're basically constantly running a campaign.
Yeah, and they say a lot of these politicians have come out and said, well, I spend 70% of my time just getting money, mainly from these corporations, mainly from large interests.
Yeah, dialing for dollars. They have
dialing for dollars.
Yeah, yeah. So there are also 4 pieces of legislation that Democracy Spring is advocating for. I don't know if you're quite familiar with them, but based on what you know in Washington, do you feel like that will actually cause a systemic change that is needed to get money out of politics?
Well, yeah, I mean, there are ways to get this done. Other countries have done it. It is possible to get the majority of money, or at least a lot of it, out of the system so that people could have a real vote, so that our voices matter. An extensive Princeton study, which I don't know if you've talked about too much, but showed that we are an oligarchy. We are ruled by an elite interest, and when the people want something, it doesn't really end up getting pushed through Congress. When the business interest wants something, it largely does get pushed through Congress. And, you know, this is an extensive study by Princeton researchers that shows that we have become an oligarchy. And if there's any time to change the system, it's now. It's now or never.
Are you going to be here all week?
I'm here as much as I can. I do have to create 2 TV shows, so I can't be here every day, but I think these people are amazing. I think it's great that you guys are here. You don't see the mainstream media out here, so the alternative media is picking up the slack.
All right, Lee Camp, thank you so much for being with us. Yeah. All right, so you just heard it here. We are going to be here all week. As a Capitol Hill correspondent on The Real News, honestly, I can say that we are one of the only independent news channels on Capitol Hill, and it's true, you do not see too many folks from the mainstream press here, but as I said before, we will be here throughout the week. There will be a stage sit-in every day this week. Today is Elders Day. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back to you, who knows, we actually might be seeing some people get arrested. This is Jessica Devereaux coming to you from Capitol Hill.
So let's begin with your work on campaign finance, and maybe you can explain a little bit about what you're doing, but also if you could explicate what you have targeted as the mechanisms or the levers of change by which, you know, this reform might be made possible.
Yeah, I think there are 3 moving parts. And one is the president, the second is Congress, and the third is a part of the Constitution people like to ignore, which is the convention clause in the amending provision. And the work that I'm doing right now with this thing called the Mayday PAC, where Mayday comes from the distress call, Mayday, a Mayday on this democracy, is to build really a super PAC that will engage in the election cycle of 2014 and in 2016 with the ultimate objective of getting a Congress in 2016 committed to fundamental reform. And this project we began by basically hiring a firm a couple years ago to make a calculation. What would it cost to win a Congress committed to fundamental reform? And the most important insight they had was that we had to run a campaign in 2014 that basically terrified Congress by winning in at least 5 seats on this issue in a way that made it clear that if you raised this issue before the American people, they would act on it. So that's what we're in the middle of right now. And we did this Kickstarter campaign to raise $1 million in 30 days, and we crossed that line in 13 days.
Wow.
And now we're in a second campaign, a much more, maybe too much more ambitious campaign of raising $5 million in 30 days. And with that and some matches, we'll have the funds necessary to hire the firms to run these campaigns.
So how would you envision allocating, using this money, deploying this money?
So this is a super PAC. It's an evil super PAC, right? And we're sort of embracing the irony of using a super PAC for the purpose, ultimately, of ending all super PACs. So as a super PAC, we have to act independently of campaigns. So basically, we're going to hire campaign shops, ideally on the in the Democratic side and on the Republican side, that will get into races and run campaigns, run a ground operation if that made sense, basically do whatever makes sense to win. Now, we're eager to begin to push the development of new technologies that bring new people into politics. That's going to be an essential part of winning here. But in the short term, for 2014, the objective is to win. And if we can win in a dramatic way in at least 5 of these seats, then I think we set ourselves up for a much bigger impact in 2016.
And when you say win, that would be supporting candidates who promise, once they get to Congress, to institute public financing of campaigns?
Who have committed to co-sponsor what we call fundamental reform, but all of the things we've pointed to are basically different versions of small dollar public funded campaigns. It's critical, of course, to build the base in the Democratic Party, but even more importantly, we've got to find a way to get Republicans on this side of the fight, because this kind of reform is so fundamental that it cannot happen if it's partisan. If it's partisan, it will be certain to be defeated.
Given that relatively small amount of money that you have compared with the kinds of super PACs that the Koch brothers and others can fund, don't you worry that you know, I mean, the last election cycle was $2.5 billion, that in terms of the percentage of money spent, it's relatively insignificant?
Yeah, so in 2014, we're in 5 races. We hope to have about $2 million in each race. That's a pretty significant amount of money in those races.
Which races?
We haven't announced them yet. We haven't determined them finally yet. It'll be a function of where the numbers sit.
Are these Senate or House? House.
Mainly House. We're toying with the idea. There are 2 very interesting Senate races. South Dakota, Larry Pressler, who was a Republican but now is running as an independent, and he's famous, of course, because he was the one member of Congress who blew the whistle on the ab scam scandal. So he's a very interesting candidate to think about supporting. And in New Hampshire, there's a really wonderful Republican who openly embraces public funding, who's running against Scott Brown, and that might be another interesting race to get into at the Senate level. But the main races we've been looking at are at the House level, and so that's a significant amount of money in a House race. And I think what we've seen, for example, in the Eric Cantor surprise, is that if the message is right and it resonates with people in a way that I think this message does, it's not actually going to take a lot of money to begin to line up people on the right side of this issue.
How do you handle candidates like Barack Obama, who did talk about public financing in 2008, along with many other issues, including closing Guantanamo and revisiting NAFTA, et cetera, rolling back the egregious violations of civil liberties under Bush. And then once he got into office, these turned out to be, essentially lies, public relations gimmicks in order to win an election. But he had no intention, we know, because he immediately brought in Larry Summers and others. How do you deal with the fact that so often in an election cycle, because of the polling, because they take the pulse of the American public, because they're very good at feeding back to us what they know we want to hear, that as soon as they get into Congress, they do the bidding of corporate lobbyists?
Yeah, maybe that's what would happen. But I don't see the alternative to electing people who have committed to a pretty simple task. I mean, simple in the sense it's clear whether they do it or not. I'm not talking about people committing to voting for something. They're committing to co-sponsoring something. So that's about sending a letter on the first day to the sponsor of a bill and say, please join me to your bill. And if we can build a majority in the House and a supermajority in the Senate who've committed to this kind of reform, then I think we have a real shot of pushing it. Now, obviously, 5 races in 2014 isn't going to create the political movement to do it. But we believe that if we can demonstrate why this issue is so salient, and we can show how we've moved the dial in an election, then when we get to 2016, there'll be a lot of people, both small dollar contributors and big dollar contributors, who are interested in trying to support the effort to finally get this change through a Congress. Because I think what both sides are increasingly recognizing is that the way we fund elections can't help but corrupt their own side against what they want. I mean, we on the left see that in 1,000 contexts. But what's interesting, in particular, again, about the Eric Cantor fight is that the thing that was so powerful in what Bratt was saying against Eric Cantor is that he'd become a crony capitalist. He'd be, given in to the crony capitalists. Now, I don't like Eric Cantor's politics, but the idea that Eric Cantor becomes a crony capitalist has got to be the clearest testimony to the fact that money is an impossible force to resist inside of the current system. And if both sides begin to say, look, we just can't get what we want so long as this is the lever of control inside the system, we might begin to build the kind of cross-partisan support this will take.
Let's look at the debate over the public option, because we had significant numbers in the House. I believe around 60. The Black Caucus supported it. We had Bernie Sanders support it. Dennis Kucinich, when he was in the House, was very outspoken in support of it. And yet, through the caucus hearings, they managed to utterly silence what would have been a rational discussion of health care by bringing up the public option. And the corporate state used very heavy-handed tactics to turn all of these people who had co-sponsored this legislation, who had, I don't know if they got it out of committee, but who had supported the public option, so that even Bernie Sanders and finally Dennis Kucinich supported Obamacare and didn't fight for it. How do you envision confronting that monolith?
Yeah, I mean, the public option is a perfect example of the way in which the threat of money is enough to stop a party from pushing for something. Because they basically said, we're going to defeat the Democratic majority if you don't give us relief on the public option. I think the difference with that, though, and the issue that we're pushing here is that though it's perfectly clear that if we change the way you fund elections, it would radically weaken the power of lobbyists and these types of interests inside of Washington, it's a hard thing to rally those interests against, right? For example, think about the climate change debate, which, I'm as committed to the idea of the need for climate change legislation as anybody. But I also believe there's actually two sides to the debate, not the science debate. There's not two sides to that debate. But as you go into a district, one side can stand up and say, yeah, I get the climate problem, but we have jobs. We need there are people who need jobs. And you start doing this, you'll destroy the economy. And that creates two sides to the debate, whether there should be or not. That produces it. But on this issue, it's hard to imagine what the other side of the debate says. Like, it's important the Koch brothers or the Soros, George Soros has this extraordinary influence in our political system. I mean, what do people say? Now, we know that sometimes people think something turns out to be completely idiotic, but they think, it's a good thing that the rich people have all this power because they're the smart people. That's totally ridiculous in its way in which it plays out. But anyway, they think that, but you can't say that. You can't run ads that sort of that say that in any direct way. So I actually think it's not that it's an impossible thing to fight, but it's a fight which is strongly on this side. So yeah, there's going to be an enormous battle necessary to ultimately win this, because when K Street recognizes that 40% of the value of K Street is going to disappear if this type of reform gets passed, they're going to fight it like hell, which is why we've got to find a way to build the biggest army possible of people saying, finally, let's get this done so we can get back to what ordinary politics is supposed to be. You get your gang and I get my gang, and we figure out who gets the most votes.
Well, they'll fight it the way they always fight it, which is to lie. They'll swift vote you. I mean, they will miss, as they did with the public option.
Yeah.
Death panels, you can't choose your own doctor, and they have such a huge megaphone that they can create false perceptions. That's what they're quite skillful at.
Yeah, they will do all that. But I don't think we have the option to just sit back and say, okay, so therefore let's not try it. We got to try it. We got to step up and do whatever the hell we can, because the consequences of not fixing this problem are too great. There isn't a single problem you and I care about, or a single problem that people on the right care about, that can be addressed sensibly so long as we have the system. So, we might lose. It might be likely that we're going to lose, but that's no excuse for not doing absolutely everything we can to try.
How do you handle the courts, which have, especially at the Supreme Court, become wholly owned subsidiaries of corporate power?
Actually, the kinds of reform that we're pushing are totally fine, even with the Supreme Court. Mm-hmm. The Supreme Court has been, activist in striking down reforms that try to silence people. And they have this ridiculous decision where a public funding statute basically put more money into a race if private money was being spent on the other side. And the court struck that down, which was just a ridiculous interpretation of the First Amendment. But even that court has consistently affirmed the idea that you can create basically public funding schemes. And this public funding scheme is the least problematic, because rather than the model of, for example, presidential public funding, where the government decides how much money people get to run their campaigns, this is give every voter the power to facilitate public funding by either matching their small dollar contributions or giving them a voucher they can use to support small dollar candidates. Those are completely constitutional, even with the Supreme Court. Now, they could make up a whole new, theory, but I actually don't think that's what they would do. I think that as long as it were voluntary, at least in the way it was structured, they would uphold this.
And how would public financing look to you of campaigns?
So in my ideal vision of public financing, you basically give every voter a voucher, and you say candidates can take those vouchers if they agree to take only those vouchers, plus maybe small contributions of up to $100. So in my book, I described a $50 voucher. And $50 per voter is $7 billion, which is about 3 times the amount raised and spent in the last congressional election. So it's real money, but the critical thing is it's real money that's spread out across all the voters. Because in my view, the central problem to the current system is that we have outsourced the funding of campaigns to the tiniest fraction of the 1%. It's basically 150,000 Americans who are the relevant funders of campaigns. Right. It's the same number of people as are named Lester in the United States. So the Lesters basically are the funders of campaigns. But funding the campaign is an essential step on the way to getting elected, right? So we've created this 2-stage election where this tiny, tiny fraction determines the first stage, which then gets you to the second stage. So, unlike the, very much like the white primary in the Old South, we've created a green primary in the new America. But the difference between the white primary is in the white primary, at least the majority got to vote. In the green primary, it's the tiniest fraction of the 1% that get to vote. So the only way to address that problem, in my view, is to find a way to spread out the funder influence. So it's no longer the tiniest fraction of the 1%. It's the vast majority, or maybe it's 20% or 40% that are the relevant funders of campaigns. And the way to do that is to facilitate this kind of funding that a wider range of Americans participate in.
And one would assume that eventually the goal is to abolish super PACs altogether.
Yeah, and by super PACs, I mean that very precisely. I don't have any problem with independent political action committees so long as contributions to them are limited, right? So, if AARP or Planned Parenthood or the ACLU or the NRA wants to get their members to support an independent political action committee, that's democracy in my view. The corrupting dynamic that's been produced now, though, is that because they can take unlimited contributions, they've become the kind of laundering device for candidates who, for rich people, and also now corporations who want to participate in the political process. Because, the thing that most of us, at least I certainly missed after Citizens United, was that, Citizens United just created or according to the court, affirmed the right of corporations and unions to spend whatever they want in political elections. But it turned out corporations, like rich people after Buckley, were pretty shy. There was a high cost to free speech, as Target found when it supported an anti-gay candidate for governor in Minnesota. So they don't actually use the right to spend their own money. It was only after the DC Circuit created the super PAC by saying that limits on independent political action committees also had to be abolished, that they began to give their money to the Independent Political Action Committee, so that the Independent Political Action Committee becomes, the super PAC becomes the device that engages in political action. And because of the really outrageous transparency rules which the FEC has imposed here, corporations can now give their money to a C4, this nonprofit entity, and the C4 can give its money to the super PAC, and you have no idea who's actually giving the money to the super PAC. So dark money has risen dramatically in 2012. It'll be much higher in 2014. And that's because of the structure of the super PAC. So yes, eliminates super PACs in the sense of entities that can take unlimited contributions, but there's no problem with independent political action committees or any entity that can take small contributions as a way to facilitate democratic organization.
Welcome everyone back to the Real News Network. I'm Jared Ball here in Baltimore. During a recent interview for the alternative media daily news hour Democracy Now!, longtime activist, scholar, and icon Angela Davis spoke some about the recent visit to Cuba by President Barack Obama. Specifically, Davis noted the absence of media coverage of that trip focused on Cuba's acceptance and protection of Assata Shakur, the former Black Panther Party political prisoner who escaped U.S. custody in 1979 and eventually made her way to Cuba. Here is some of what Davis had to say in that interview.
I've been involved in the campaign to save Assata's life for all of those decades. And now, of course, as there are new openings with respect to Cuba, we welcome the end of the embargo, the blockade. But at the same time, we have to be attentive to what this might mean for Assata.
Now, while many on the left may appreciate the inclusion of this coverage and at least some discussion of Assata Shakur and political prisoners, our next guest says that there are problems associated with the approach often taken by those discussing these and related issues, problems exemplified in that Angela Davis Democracy Now! Interview. Dhoruba bin Wahad is a former member of the Black Panther Party, Black Liberation Army, and was himself a political prisoner for nearly 2 decades as a result. He joins us once again from Atlanta. Dhoruba, welcome back to The Real News.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you for having me on the program.
So in a recent Facebook post, Dhoruba, you said the following, quote, Angela Davis's appearance on Democracy Now! And Goodman's representation here is somewhat opportunistically playing on Hollywood's fabrications and current events highlighting the U.S.-Cuba normalization process, rather than an accurate assessment of Assata's past, Black Panther Party, and Black Liberation Army involvement. Democracy Now! Selects commentators on My Comrade's history that legitimize its status as alternative media while abetting this stealth history of armed black radicalism. Dhoruba, welcome everyone back to the Real News Network. I'm Jared Ball here in Baltimore. Early on Monday morning, the Islamic State recaptured Al-Rai, a northern town along Syria's border. This occurs a few days after losing it to rebel forces and militant allies, including Al-Qaeda's branch in Syria, the Al-Nusra Front. As ISIS continues to make gains in Syria and in Iraq, our next guest, Colonel Larry Wilkerson, is here to unpack the origin of so-called extremist organizations like the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda. Larry Wilkerson is joining us from Falls Church, Virginia. He is the former Chief of Staff for U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell and currently an adjunct professor at the College of William & Mary. He is also a regular contributor to the Real News Network. Welcome back to the Real News, Colonel Wilkerson.
Thanks for having me, and I'm actually on campus at William & Mary today.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for joining us from there. Can you talk to us a little bit about the origin of the Islamic State and as an Al-Qaeda affiliate? When and why did they split? How do their strategies ultimately differ? And anything else that you wanted to elaborate on as far as the origins of these organizations?
I think I'll take exception to the tone with which you started, if you don't mind, and say that I believe ISIS Daesh is being pretty roundly defeated, and that this tactical victory you just suggested is just sort of like a hiccup. I do think they're being routed in Syria, and they're going to be routed in Iraq too. Big question right now is whether we push them out of Raqqa first or we push them out of Mosul first, the latter city having a lot more difficulties in the aftermath of that than the former. So I hope we decide on Raqqa. Not only is that an important city, but it's also sort of identified with ISIS and al-Baghdadi in particular. But to get to your point about the origins, I think it's important that we realize that people like Jason Burke in his new book, The New Threat, and Joby Warwick in his book, The Black Flags, The Rise of ISIS, have put their finger on not only the origins of ISIS, Warwick in particular and specifically, but also on what it means for the rest of us, particularly those of us in the West. And what it means in essence, although this is much more complex than what I'm going to say here, this is nonetheless at the heart of it. ISIS and ISIS-like terrorism is not going away anytime soon. It's not an existential threat. It does not warrant the money and time and effort, bombs, bullets, and bayonets we've spent on it to this point. That said, and put aside for a moment, it is a threat that's going to be around for a while, just as I think terrorism will be around, as it has been around for a long, long time. And so managing it at a level that's more or less acceptable, I guess you would say, is going to be a dominant mission for some time to come. And because of that, you need to understand where this all comes from. And as I said, Warwick and Burke, even more so, seem to do that in their books. They remind me of a briefing that I got from a very talented woman from the CIA at the very beginning of our response, if you will, post 9/11. This was sometime in late September, and she briefed us on Al-Qaeda. And she used a diagram that was quite definitive in my view. It showed how there were some 100 million plus Muslims at the bottom and Al-Qaeda at the top of more or less a pyramid. And it indicated how there was sympathy amongst those 100 plus million and even funding in some cases for what was happening or what was represented by the top, in this case, Al-Qaeda, as I indicated. Kind of counterintuitive because Al-Qaeda means the base, but they were actually at the peak of this pyramid. And until you deal with the sympathies, the sentiment, the ideas, the feeling of deprivation, impoverishment, and powerlessness that's at the bottom of that pyramid, and that provides sentiment and funding often for what's at the top, you're never going to get this problem into a manageable condition. So understanding where these people come from, understanding why the Maldives, for example, south of India, are supplying fighters for ISIS in Syria, understanding why Cyrenaica in Libya is providing fighters, understanding why lots of countries in the world, particularly Muslim communities that have this sort of feeling of impoverishment and disempowerment and so forth, understanding what they mean for this and what that bigger base means in terms of support and doing something about that.
So we know
development assistance, through economic assistance and so forth, through good governance and other things than bombs, bullets, and bayonets is key to bringing this down to a level where it's manageable and we don't see a Brussels or we don't see a Paris or worse, a 9/11 or the Bali bombings in Australia or against the Australians and the bombings in Spain and so forth.
But Colonel Wilkerson, some of this base of support that you talk about or that you just mentioned certainly exists in response as a critique to Western foreign policy, including U.S. foreign policy. You know, we know Al-Qaeda was formed in the 1980s after Afghanistan defeated the Russian army. And we know that that ISIS was inspired by the reinvasion of Iraq in 2003. What do you see, or what maybe are in these books that you're mentioning is being said about U.S. and Western foreign policy and prospects for it being changed, leading to as an impetus for change in the reactions of these communities?
Well, unless you hold with the position that U.S. foreign policy created all these conditions of impoverishment and disempowerment in the world, I think it's hard to make a connection directly. But there is a connection with policies that are unbalanced and perceived to be so by the Muslim world, like our policy with regard to the Palestinians and with regard to Israel. We have now become Israel's lawyer, Israel's great power supporter. We no longer question that relationship. That's wrong. That does create problems. Like the FBI agent said in response to the 9/11 Commission query from Lee Hamilton, can you tell us why they did this? And he, screwed up and said, well, U.S. position towards the Israeli-Palestinian issue might be an issue here. We don't want to admit that, but it is. That said, if the United States ended its support for dictatorships in the region tomorrow morning, if it became suddenly an honest broker in the Israel-Palestine situation, if all the foreign policy imperfections were worked out in the next 48 hours, we would still have this problem. And I think that's one of the big points in particularly Jason Burke's book about the new threat that makes sense. And that is that there are lots of people in the world between the ages of 18 and say 27, 28, who have absolutely no prospects. No prospects for a job, no prospects for a family, no prospects for any kind of meaningful employment of their time post they're getting out of, even in some cases, university. Until you take care of this highly charged, testosterone-filled group of people who are being cut off in terms of the future, you're going to have a recruitable base for this kind of terrorism.
Well, Colonel Wilkerson, thank you very much for joining us here at The Real News and helping us at least approach an understanding of the origins of these organizations. Thank you again.
Thanks for having me on, and good day to you.
Thanks to you for joining us wherever you are, and for all involved. I'm Jared Ball again here in Baltimore, saying as always, as Fred Hampton used to say, to you we say peace if you're willing to fight for it. So peace, everybody, and we'll catch you in the whirlwind.
I'm Eddie Conway. Welcome to The Real News. I'm down here in the Gilmore Homes Project, and a group of concerned citizens and some positive organizations have decided to build a recreation center down here for the young people in Gilmore Homes and surrounding areas to be able to have some place where they can play, they can learn, they can develop some skills that will help them in their life. And they have started working on this building here to turn it into a community center.
It's pretty nice in Army, though. Since Freddie Gray passed away, it got much better now. And people start to realize that life is short. So try to work with each other, start trying to get over one another. It'll be a good thing, you know?
Yeah, gas warfare against exactly. We don't need all. But all right. Let's see. Some little girl was living in here, loving Beyonce.
I don't have a handy phone in my bag. So I think that's what this is. Filling in a hole. Not in bad shape, really. The place.
I mostly was passing so it wasn't occupied, you know what I'm saying?
And to note the fact that this is the area where Freddie Gray grew up was and supposedly killed by Baltimore City Police Department. Matter of fact, we can pan to the area. Everybody's lives matter, especially our children, which are our future. Until next time, get involved.
What we're doing today is moving soil so that you can have so that we can have a nice garden up here and grow some vegetables. They started one last year, but it was the end of the growing season and nothing really was happening there. But so in this lot here next to the house, there's going to be a nice garden. So.
Oh, watch it. Back up. Yeah, back up some. Stop, right there, right there. We had moved it.
And we just want to be an example of people who not just talk about what we can do, but just really put in the work, the real footwork. So I really get a lot of satisfaction. To some people, this is just a guide for vegetables. To us, it's making a more broader statement that us as us black people need to come together, really start taking charge of our communities, and really start, rebuilding these vacant houses. We can really turn them into learning centers and good places for our kids to become more conscious and go to places other than rec centers where they can learn. So I really get a lot of satisfaction out of being a part of this.
tired of this bullshit. Every day. But it happened every single day, and I'm the one to be out here to see it, man. I record it every time it happens. Every time I see it, I'm out here. Like, I take this cop watching for real, like for real. And they know my name, they know me. You feel me? Ever since I filmed Freddie Gray, they know exactly who I am. You feel me? And I'm gonna keep the pressure on them because it seems like that's the only thing that's working. Because you want to talk so much, can I get your name and badge number? John Cena. Can I get your name and badge number? Can I get some names and badge numbers? Oh, you know me. Can I get some names and badge numbers? Oh, all right. Now everybody want to leave. Don't nobody want to say. Can I get your name and badge number? 627? All right. Appreciate it.
I'm helping Mr. Warren do this, and
It's for the community center, or?
yes, try to keep it clean.
I don't like this place.
Why?
Cause they kill around here. They kill people around here. Yes, they do.
You hear me, Kara? You see me too? Okay, we out here on Prosperity Mount, and Kara is directing the camera. You're doing a good job, Kara.
Water. Yeah. In that jug. Yeah, that's water. Look. Look, I'm making something. Hello. Hey, no.
We're like from Baltimore City in the house that's been abandoned. And we joined Harry Tubman. Alright, Harriman Tubman made the Underground Railroad. She got free and went back to free other black people from slavery, and that's all.
Welcome everyone back to the Real News Network. I'm Jared Ball here in Baltimore. 7 million lead water pipes nationwide, calls for massive replacement of that infrastructure, combined with the legacies of labeling mostly black and poor neighborhoods as blighted or as signifying a justifiable impending and forced removal of those populations, has led our next guest to suggest that this water pipe crisis will be turned into just the disaster capitalist event necessary to legitimize those previously arrived at conclusions. Glenn Ford, executive editor and founder of Black Agenda Report, is back with us to discuss all of this for his Ford Report. Glenn, welcome back to the Real News.
Oh, thanks for having a place for me.
So please lay it out for us. How is this national lead water pipe crisis going to be used by disaster capitalism?
Yeah, I think this is going to creep up on us. You know, when people first learned about the lead poisoning in Flint, Michigan, folks were all upset, righteously, about the criminality of the state and the federal officials involved. And they were horrified by the sheer scale of the threat, the public health threat that looms. And it looms not just over Flint, but over communities all around the country. According to USA Today, about 2,000 city and county water systems are infected with lead. And the problem is most acute in the older cities and in older housing, even in cities that aren't that old, because that's where the pipes are more likely to be made out of lead. And that, of course, is where disproportionately black people live. In Chicago, for example, up until the 1980s, they had a housing code that mandated that lead be used in the pipes. Washington, D.C., and I'm sure you're familiar with this, Jared, spent almost $400 million trying to replace pipes, and then stopped doing that when the job was only half done because they said it was too expensive. And we know that there are lots of cities, and most of them are heavily Black and poor, that already have higher levels of lead than Flint, Michigan does. So clearly, the United States is facing a horrific public health crisis, and this health crisis must be addressed. But it also means that the perfect conditions have been created for disaster capitalists. And these disaster capitalists not only want to privatize the water systems all over the country, they've only got 12% ownership of water systems in the US, so that means there's 88% to go. That's a huge growth market as far as they're concerned. They not only want to do this big privatization cash in, but they want to move Black people and poor people out of potentially profitable urban real estate. And this presents them with a perfect opportunity. They want to use this lead poisoning crisis to privatize the water, but also to remove Black people from the cities. It's estimated that it would cost $1 trillion to replace the lead pipes in the country. That's $1,000 billion. So unless the federal government picks up the whole tab for replacing these pipes, then the states like Michigan, but a whole lot of them, they're going to use this disaster to sell off the water systems, and they'll say that that's in order to pay for the pipes. And the cities, of course, which are starved for cash under all circumstances, they'll be under the same pressures. But we have to understand that in most localities, the government only pays for replacement of the pipes up to the boundary of the private property. And after that, either the homeowner or the landlord has to pay for replacing the pipes. In low-income areas, that means a mandatory replacement of pipes rule would cause homeowners to go bankrupt, and it would also prompt landlords to try to pass on the cost of the pipe replacement to their tenants through raising the rents. Cities and counties will use this health emergency to declare a blight on these poor and Black communities. And they've already been doing that, in fact, for decades, really for generations, saying that poor communities were blighted and then forcing the people to leave. Only now, with this national lead crisis, we see this scenario developing all around the country. So the only possible way to prevent this national health emergency from turning into a Black removal project all across the country is for the federal government to pick up the tab, this $1 trillion tab, to fix it. If we leave it to the states and the cities, it's going to be a demographic disaster for us.
It sounds like some of the critiques I heard a couple of years ago around the effort led, I believe, by Van Jones to move towards a greening of the economy and eco-capitalism, as if this would in and of itself take care of all the problems undergirding these surface manifestations. But as Public Enemy once said famously, and I hear you repeating now, Glenn, don't believe the hype.
You know, they can turn any, not just disaster, but any good cause into a very bad result for us. And that's why we have to, you know, we're always urged to become more sophisticated. But I think that sophistication means that we have to study the movements and motives of capital and understand that they can create a situation when even a campaign for a public health good cause reason can be turned into a Black removal excuse.
Well, Glenn Ford, thanks again for joining us here at the Real News Network.
Thank you.
And thank you all for joining us wherever you are. Again, I'm Jared Ball here in Baltimore, saying as Fred Hampton used to say, to you we say peace if you're willing to fight for it. So peace, everybody, and we'll catch you in the whirlwind.
So let's begin with your work on campaign finance, and maybe you can explain a little bit about what you're doing, but also if you could explicate what you have targeted as the mechanisms or the levers of change by which, this reform might be made possible.
Yeah, I think there are three moving parts. And one is the president, the second is Congress, and the third is a part of the Constitution people like to ignore, which is the convention clause in the amending provision. And the work that I'm doing right now with this thing called the Mayday PAC, where Mayday comes from the distress call, Mayday, a Mayday on this democracy, is to build really a super PAC that will engage in the election cycle of 2014 and in 2016 with the ultimate objective of getting a Congress in 2016 committed to fundamental reform. And this project we began by basically hiring a firm a couple years ago to make a calculation. What would it cost to win a Congress committed to fundamental reform? And the most important insight they had was that we had to run a campaign in 2014 that basically terrified Congress by winning in at least 5 seats on this issue in a way that made it clear that if you raised this issue before the American people, they would act on it. So that's what we're in the middle of right now. And we did this Kickstarter campaign to raise $1 million in 30 days, and we crossed that line in 13 days.
Wow.
And now we're in a second campaign, a much more, maybe too much more ambitious campaign of raising $5 million in 30 days. And with that and some matches, we'll have the funds necessary to hire the firms to run these campaigns.
So how would you envision allocating, using this money, deploying this money?
So this is a super PAC. It's an evil super PAC, right? And we're sort of embracing the irony of using a super PAC for the purpose, ultimately, of ending all super PACs. So as a super PAC, we have to act independently of campaigns. So basically, we're going to hire campaign shops, ideally on in the Democratic side and on the Republican side, that will get into races and run campaigns, run a ground operation if that made sense, basically do whatever makes sense to win. Now, we're eager to begin to push the development of new technologies that bring new people into politics. That's going to be an essential part of winning here. But in the short term, for 2014, the objective is to win. And if we can win in a dramatic way in at least 5 of these seats, then I think we set ourselves up for a much bigger impact in 2016.
And when you say win, that would be supporting candidates who promise, once they get to Congress, to institute public financing of campaigns?
Who have committed to co-sponsor what we call fundamental reform, but all of the things we've pointed to are basically different versions of small dollar public funded campaigns. It's critical, of course, to build the base in the Democratic Party, but even more importantly, we've got to find a way to get Republicans on this side of the fight, because this kind of reform is so fundamental that it cannot happen if it's partisan. If it's partisan, it will be certain to be defeated.
Given that relatively small amount of money that you have compared with the kinds of super PACs that the Koch brothers and others can fund, don't you worry that the last election cycle was $2.5 billion, that in terms of the percentage of money spent, it's relatively insignificant?
Yeah, so in 2014, we're in 5 races. We hope to have about $2 million in each race. That's a pretty significant amount of money in those races.
Which races?
We haven't announced them yet. We haven't determined them finally yet. It'll be a function of where the numbers sit.
Are these Senate or House?
House.
House.
Mainly House. We're toying with the idea. There are 2 very interesting Senate races. South Dakota, Larry Pressler, who was a Republican but now is running as an independent, and he's famous, of course, because he was the one member of Congress who blew the whistle on the ab scam scandal. So he's a very interesting candidate to think about supporting. And in New Hampshire, there's a really wonderful Republican who openly embraces public funding, who's running against Scott Brown, and that might be another interesting race to get into at the Senate level. But the main races we've been looking at are at the House level, and so that's a significant amount of money in a House race. And I think what we've seen, for example, in the Eric Cantor surprise, is that if the message is right and it resonates with people in a way that I think this message does, it's not actually going to take a lot of money to begin to line up people on the right side of this issue.
How do you handle candidates like Barack Obama, who did talk about public financing in 2008, along with many other issues, including closing Guantanamo and revisiting NAFTA, et cetera, rolling back the egregious violations of civil liberties under Bush. And then once he got into office, these turned out to be, essentially lies, public relations gimmicks in order to win an election. But he had no intention, we know, because he immediately brought in Larry Summers and others. How do you deal with the fact that so often in an election cycle, because of the polling, because they take the pulse of the American public, because they're very good at feeding back to us what they know we want to hear, that as soon as they get into Congress, they do the bidding of corporate lobbyists?
Yeah, maybe that's what would happen. But I don't see the alternative to electing people who have committed to a pretty simple task. I mean, simple in the sense it's clear whether they do it or not. I'm not talking about people committing to voting for something. They're committing to co-sponsoring something. So that's about sending a letter on the first day to the sponsor of a bill and say, please join me to your bill. And if we can build a majority in the House and a supermajority in the Senate who've committed to this kind of reform, then I think we have a real shot of pushing it. Now, obviously, 5 races in 2014 isn't going to create the political movement to do it. But we believe that if we can demonstrate why this issue is so salient, and we can show how we've moved the dial in an election, then when we get to 2016, there'll be a lot of people, both small dollar contributors and big dollar contributors, who are interested in trying to support the effort to finally get this change through a Congress. Because I think what both sides are increasingly recognizing is that the way we fund elections can't help but corrupt their own side against what they want. I mean, we on the left see that in 1,000 contexts. But what's interesting, in particular, again, about the Eric Cantor fight is that the thing that was so powerful in what Bratt was saying against Eric Cantor is that he'd become a crony capitalist. He'd given in to the crony capitalists. Now, I don't like Eric Cantor's politics, but the idea that Eric Cantor becomes a crony capitalist has got to be the clearest testimony to the fact that money is an impossible force to resist inside of the current system. And if both sides begin to say, look, we just can't get what we want so long as this is the lever of control inside the system, we might begin to build the kind of cross-partisan support this will take.
Let's look at
I'm Jessica Devereaux coming to you live from Capitol Hill, where the Democracy Spring is taking place. This is a series of actions that are taking place all week here on the Capitol. We have folks coming from all over the country who are saying that they are sick and tired of seeing the corrupting influence of money in politics. I'm joined now by Beverly Brady, who came all the way from California to be here. Beverly, can you just explain why is this issue so important to you that you journeyed all the way from California to be here on Capitol Hill?
Well, besides the fact that I have a couple of grandchildren and I'd like to see a future for them, we have such a corrupt government now, and it really is so disheartening to see the money that has destroyed. It's like legalized bribery. Pure and simply, this is criminal behavior. Democracy has absolutely no chance of happening any longer. And we have the climate we have to fix, we have health issues, education, and now, unfortunately, we have to go to this extent to come out. We have corporate news, which doesn't give us the information that we need. The situation is dire, and that's why I'm here.
I understand. And yesterday you actually were arrested. So you described some of this feeling that we are experiencing today, reminiscent of your activism days in the 60s as well. Can you speak about that a little bit?
During the 60s, we were fortunate enough in the end, but took a long time. It took 7 years before we really got some traction. But when we did, we had the news behind us. We had real journalism, more real than not. And but we had journalists who would tell us what was happening, and they had body bags coming home shown on the television, which we don't have now. In fact, we're in worse condition now than we were then. We had a chance to have our voices heard in the 60s. We don't now.
But you are making your voice heard today.
Yes.
And this is Elders Day, and as there are going to be themes each day. So as someone
who's
80 years old, 80 years old, and you're still fighting the fight, what message do you have for those who might be watching today and on the fence about joining?
I think if you can't stand up now, when our planet and our environment is on the edge of annihilation, and we as a species are threatened. And if we can't stand up now, when are we going to stand up? We don't have enough time left, Jessica. We are in such grave danger, you know that. And a lot of people do, but they think somebody else is going to do it, or they're turned off because they think they can't get someone elected who will help them. And it's really disheartening, but I have to stand up. We just can't lay down. You know, what's the point?
Yeah.
You know, what can I leave my grandchildren? Money's not going to do it. We need to have air, good air to breathe. We need water. We need health care. We need education. But we need a planet for them to live on.
All right, Beverly Brady, thank you so much for talking with us.
And you know what I want to say? I want to say I love the Real News.
Oh, wow.
You guys are so great. You inform people.
Thank you for watching.
Your interviews are absolutely incredible. You interview the people who need to be heard, scientists, artists, well-informed people who care about this environment and our world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica.
Thank you, Beverly.
Oh,
all right. So that was Beverly Brady, one of the protesters who was actually arrested here yesterday. 430 other people were arrested here on Capitol Hill. I spoke to some Capitol Police. They were saying this is historical, unprecedented, certainly in our centuries. They were saying maybe even in history. So really big development happening. As you can probably see, we haven't begun to see, or maybe we have begun to see some folks getting arrested now, but they are making a stand, as you see, seated there as they did yesterday before the Capitol building on the steps, but they've actually moved closer to the Senate side of the Capitol. So most likely all those folks that you see there are going to be arrested today. We also have another guest. Hi there, Jessica Devereaux. Holly.
Holly Mosher, yes.
Holly Mosher. Holly, you're a filmmaker,
yes,
is that correct?
I'm a filmmaker. I produced two films, one called Free for All, and that's about elections getting stolen, which is happening again here. You know, what's happening in Arizona is a disgrace, and with voter ID. And then we made another film about money in politics called Paid to Play.
Paid to Play. Okay, so for folks who haven't seen that film, what's the premise?
So we follow the corrupting influence of money in politics, like starting on the campaign trail. And when somebody runs for office, right now it's cost prohibitive to run for office. You have to take a year off, and they spend 75% of their time fundraising, not learning about issues, talking to regular voters, just phone, call time.
Dialing for dollars.
Yeah, dialing for dollars. So, we also follow how this happened the last 40 years, like since the Powell memos. Lewis Powell, who became a Supreme Court justice, and how he did a call to the corporations saying, you guys are losing, you've got to get back in the game, and how they've infiltrated with think tanks, getting into the education system and, you know, influencing politicians with.
Can we go back to this Powell memo? Because I think a lot of folks don't know about this. When did it actually happen?
1971, and just before he was put into the Supreme Court by Nixon. So it was just under the radar, and they didn't even ask him about it. And it just really is a call to arms. And you've seen in the last 40 years, it's just been implemented. And slowly, you know, it took a long time, but now we're seeing the effects. Especially, you know, people are finally waking up after Citizens United. That was kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back. Like, it's time to get money out. We feel it. There was even a study called the Gillens and Page study out of Northwestern and Princeton that showed even since 2002 that the politicians listen to the donors almost 99% of the time.
Yeah, because that's often the remarks that you hear from folks who do take campaign contributions from large corporations, not just singling out Hillary Clinton's campaign, but they're all of Democrats and Republicans, both sides. And so what their response oftentimes is that you cannot prove that there's a direct correlation, that I received a campaign contribution and therefore I did the bidding of Wall Street or did the bidding of the fossil fuel industry. You do make that argument, though. How do you guys
It's a systemic problem because it's so ingrained now. I mean, I did another film about pharmaceuticals, and a doctor said, you know, a doctor will be bought for a cup of coffee and not realize it. They think, oh, not I. You know, I'm not going to be bought off for a cup of coffee, but you see it in their prescribing practices. So, you know, whenever somebody gives you something, you feel goodwill towards them and you feel like you owe them. So it's just kind of in our human nature. So we really have to clean it up because everybody will be like, of course, I'm not susceptible, but it's just our broken system. So we actually outlay a 6-part solution to cleaning up money in politics, including public financing so that regular people can run for office, that they can afford to run for office.
The counterpoint to that always is taxpayers shouldn't be paying politicians' campaigns.
Well, right now we're paying for it in our, you know, bills that are good for we the people, and what we want are not getting through. So what country do you want to live in? One that speaks for us or one that speaks for the donors? So, you know, there's a cost to democracy, just like it takes time. You know, we're here. I walked 3 days with the march. I came in from California. I just feel so strongly about this. Democracy is a verb. We all have to participate. We all have to come out and stand up. But I am happy to say that there's a lot of people inside who also see this problem. Like my own congressman, Ted Lieu, is actually hosting a viewing of Pay to Play so that Congress can see this problem. He was our champion in California with Prop 49, the Overturned Citizens United Act. So I know that a lot of them have their hearts in the right place. They're sick of it. They don't want to spend 75% of their time fundraising. That's not what they signed up for. So, you know, we're here to work with them. We're not here against them. We're here to do this together.
You also said that you had 6 solutions. We got to 1.
Oh, yeah.
What are the other solutions? we love visuals here at the Real News.
We also have a money in politics
Okay.
guy.
Okay.
How it influences everything. But we have, you know, public financing, disclosure, gerrymandering, a constitutional amendment, free airtime. You know, like the public airwaves, there are airwaves, and the media is making money off of the election cycles. And then ending gerrymandering, because right now about half of the states are districted very poorly, very partisan, and it should be about fairness. You know, the district should represent the actual voters, not the other way around.
Some people will say that's great that you want to work with members of Congress, but truth be told, the current system actually benefits incumbents. If you talk about gerrymandering, for example, why would they actually have a real stake in this if they are benefiting from this?
Well, sometimes they get it. I mean, we've seen on a state-by-state basis, you know, they will sometimes just do what's right. But you do have to push them. It takes this to make that happen. So, you know, just state by state we'll get there. Like I'm in California and we just passed fair districting a few years ago, so we were able to get it through even though it was benefiting.
Can you just lay out what fair districting actually does?
Well, it would make the boundary lines much more accurate. Like right now they'll create like these weird geographic patterns that are like, they can be like 200 miles long and like, or they'll just do a slice, you know, to like get minority votes, or like it's really insane if you look at it. So it's, you know, like I said, each district, the district should represent the voters. And you see it in certain states where, like, I'm from Wisconsin originally, and there, it's about half-half. But you'll see that we have far more representatives in Congress who are Republicans, even though it's just, about equal.
Huh.
So that's when you really see it, and that's when you get a Congress that's tied up.
Okay, I guess I'm probably very ignorant on this issue. What does fair districting look like? Is it that you just create rectangles? I mean,
it depends, like county lines, but you can have what it really means is an independent panel, not a partisan panel doing the districts. People who just don't have that agenda. So it's about cleaning it up by fairness, and then, you can look at it mathematically and make it, pretty fair, much better. And like I said, half the states are pretty good, but half are very partisan.
You also mentioned a constitutional amendment, and that's one of the demands here. The protesters here today want Congress to pass a constitutional amendment. Some people say that's so unrealistic, that we will never be able to pass a constitutional amendment on this one issue.
Can you vote? Can I vote? People thought that was impossible. We're women. We got the vote. The end of slavery. So what's impossible is tomorrow's possible.
Great.
And in less time. We're not waiting that long. We're here. And 16 states have already had their legislatures call to overturn Citizens United just in 6 years. So we're making amazing progress. And in Montana and Colorado, they had it on the ballot, and it passes with over 70%. So, and that's a nonpartisan issue. Washington State's going to vote on it in November, I-735. The people are going to vote this November. And hopefully California. I'm helping with SB 254 work its way through Congress in California so that we can vote on it in California this November along with Washington. And that's the one that my congressperson Ted Lieu had originally sponsored, but we got sued off the ballot, and then the California Supreme Court said we could have it on the ballot. So we'll be hopefully back on the ballot this November with working with our Congress members.
Well, I wish you luck on that
Thank
initiative
you.
and all of that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so a pleasure to
Nice to meet
you, Holly.
Thank you for coming out, because it's really disheartening to see the mainstream media not covering this. And I'm really grateful that you are here and bringing this to people.
Real news for nothing.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Holly. Well, as you just heard, lay out just what specific solutions would be needed in order to change the current status quo. Let's go and take a look at what's happening over there closer to the protests. I believe they already have begun arresting folks. So let's take a closer look. So if you're just joining us now, we are live here on Capitol Hill. This is Democracy Spring. There are going to be a series of events throughout the week. Essentially, yesterday was one of the largest days of sit-ins. There were more than 400 people arrested on the stairs of the U.S. Capitol yesterday. Today's sit-ins, the theme of today is elders, and elders who are concerned about the growing influence of money in politics. They say that they want to leave future generations a working democracy. We got a chance to speak to a couple of elders here today who are protesting the corrupting influence of money in politics. As you can see, there are probably about 100 or more people here gathered today with signs saying Democracy Spring, Overturn Citizens United. As you can hear them right now, they are chanting Democracy Spring. That is the name of this movement. They are calling for 4 bills for Congress to pass. These 4 bills all have to do with campaign finance reform and getting the influence of money out of politics, as well as combating voter suppression laws. They like to limit big money in elections with a constitutional amendment overturning Citizens United. That's a Supreme Court decision that essentially equated speech with money and free speech being allowed, unlimited campaign contributions being allowed under the First Amendment. They also would like to encourage and amplify the voices of everyday Americans by getting Congress to pass a bill that would match small dollar donations to political campaigns. There is also a bill that will protect against voting discrimination by restoring the Voting Rights Act. If you remember, back in last year, Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act was struck down by the Supreme Court. Section 5 essentially made sure that states that were changing their voting laws would have to go through a pre-clearance process by the federal government. These states often had poor records on disenfranchising certain communities, particularly minority communities, African American communities. So without Section 5, they no longer have to adhere to the pre-clearance standard of the Voting Rights Act. There's also an idea to modernize the electoral system with automatic voter registration, and these protesters today would like to ban practices that keep people from the ballot box. They argue that certain laws, like voter ID laws, have suppressed voters, minority voters. They've even said women, because women oftentimes change their names, and therefore for them to prove that their names have been changed, they have to show a birth certificate or a marriage license, or oftentimes even a divorce certificate. So they are against voting being harder for folks and are advocating for practices that would actually make it easier for people to vote. They are also calling for a Senate hearing and a vote on the president's nominee for the U.S. Supreme Court. They are not saying that they are in support of Merrick Garland, who President Obama nominated, but they do say that it is Congress's duty to take an up or down vote on whether or not he should take vacant seats, Antonin Scalia, the late justice's seat. So they are calling for Congress to take an up or down vote on his nomination. We have spoken to many people here today. They say that they are willing to risk arrest. As I said earlier, more than 400 people were arrested yesterday as a part of one of the most massive sit-ins here on Capitol Hill. I've heard that in history, not just in the 21st century, but in history, that this is truly unprecedented. But there are also talks of those who were arrested yesterday. They've told me that they're not going to necessarily risk arrest every day, because every time you're arrested, the penalty is harsher and harsher. Upon your second arrest, you basically have to spend a night in jail. The first arrest, these protesters told me that they were given a fine and had to pay a $50 fine. But after that, the penalties escalate. So they are strategically scattering the amount of protesters that get arrested on a daily basis. As you can hear them chanting, "This is what democracy looks like." The name of this movement is Democracy Spring. It started in Philadelphia, about a 9-day trip. They walked all the way from Philadelphia to Washington, D.C. with one simple message: they want money out. And they say they want money out of politics. And as you can hear them saying, money out, one vote, one person. So this is quite interesting, because you don't actually see too many folks in the mainstream press here. There are definitely several outlets. Some people don't have mic flags or any identifiers, so it can be a bit tough to tell what media outlets they're representing, but certainly there were more folks out here yesterday, more folks from the media out here. We're going to take you to take a look more closely at what is happening to the protesters who are staging a sit-in right now. As you can probably see, there are a lot of police officers surrounding them, and they will be arresting them individually with those plastic handcuffs. And yesterday there were actually 4 coach buses, because there were hundreds of people here who were arrested.
Great, thank you. here, sir. I understand that you're trying to block this down, but please watch it here. Amen. God bless you. Amen. Somebody help him out. He's helping y'all out. Give him some earplugs or something. Amen. Amen. Come on. God bless you. Are you tripping? I'm representing. We're all supposed to be able to represent something. Amen. Amen. I'm glad that you're able to do what you do. Amen. Continue to do what you do. Free speech, amen. Okay, sir. Well, he's not the very first amendment to the United States Constitution. And it works so much better when we have a unified voice. Don't you agree? Come on, unified. Be one. We're one. A kingdom divided shall not stand. A kingdom divided shall not stand. Jesus came into the street. He was able to mix it up with men, women, children, and make a, hey sir, we don't talk sex acts to other men. Real men don't talk sex acts to other men. We will! We're gonna have something positive. I'm here to preach. Introduce yourself. Ladies, look on the back. The people's house. 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 Our democracy. Our democracy. Our democracy. Our government. Our government. Now, pay attention. Yesterday, people are being scripture written on the back of the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verse 29. I believe that we will. Proverbs chapter 3, verse 29. Devise no evil against thy neighbor. I believe that we will. I believe that we will win. 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 Kick the money changers out of the church, and we should kick them out of Congress. What do you say? All right. Woo! We are unstoppable. We are unstoppable. We are unstoppable. Another world is possible. Another world is possible. We are unstoppable. We are unstoppable. We are unstoppable. Another world is possible. 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 Another world is possible. Another world is possible. What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? Democracy. When do we want it? Now. Check.
Do you want to be here, Cam, because the sun? Yeah, I can move it. Okay. Move it closer? Okay. That's right? Tell us when you're ready. Hi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, 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 thank you,
Hey. Good to see you. I've been seeing and hearing a lot of you, but I have finally meeting you. Yes. So what I'm going to ask you is essentially how you got here. Yes, yes, I hear you.
Thank you for saving it. Your sacrifice will help us win. Hey, hey, over there, democracy is in the air.
All right, this is Jessica Devereaux coming to you on Capitol Hill in the midst of Democracy Spring. I'm joined now by Kai Newkirk. Kai, you are a lead organizer of Democracy Spring. A lot of people watching this might be saying to themselves, how did this all come together? Can you explain?
Well, it's been a long journey. You know, we first had the vision in 99 Rise, one of the convening organizations, October 2014. I was in jail after a small action in New York City. Spoke to one of our organizers, Kurt, and I said, I had this idea last night, inspired by something we did in California, a walk from Los Angeles to Sacramento. 37 days, 480 miles, 12 straight days of sit-ins at the Capitol, small sit-ins.
And same issue, campaign finance reform?
Yes, that was just around big money in politics and corruption. This is around big money in politics and the right to vote. And we got to be clear that this is a bigger fight here. But 2 out of 3 bills we were pushing for there in California were passed. We were kind of the coup de grace that kind of helped push them across the finish line, but inspired a lot of people. And we said, what if we could do that nationally, right? And come to D.C., which is where people feel in their hearts is that's where this fight has to be won, right? Waged and won. And so, you know, when I thought about where you could start a march that would end up in D.C. that would make any sense, you know, the Liberty Bell in Philadelphia just stuck out as the place that's symbolic of our aspirations to democracy, and was the right place to begin. And so then, you know, we talked about it in our organization. We knew we couldn't do it, you know, as this small grassroots outfit. You know, we punch above our weight, but we knew we couldn't do something this big. So we started reaching out to other leaders in the movement, like Lawrence Lessig and Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks and Zephyr Teachout, and saying, would you be willing to be part of this? Would you be willing to risk arrest if we made this happen? And, you know, they said yes. You know, we would if it's going to be big, right? If you can bring other people to the table. So we took those kind of commitments, right? And other leaders like Umi Sela from the Dream Defenders and Dante Berry from Million Hoodies and Francis Moore-Lapay and so on. And so we were just kind of built from one to the other to show that a lot, you know, that you wouldn't be alone, right? That you would be part of something historic, right? And to say, we're not going to just do this if it's just Kai and 3 of his friends, you know what I'm saying? We're going to do it if we can bring many people together, right? Leaders and many people who are leaders in